September 7th, 2021. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Arkin, could you lead us?
Sure. Stand. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Do you have some remarks for us today?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Brown. Good evening. I would like to share an update regarding current city projects and news impacting Pleasanton residents. Voting locations in Pleasanton. All registered voters are eligible to vote in this upcoming election and should have received a vote by mail ballot. I apologize. I will start over. I thought I hit that. Good evening. I would like to share an update regarding current city projects and news impacting Pleasanton residents. Voting locations in Pleasanton. All registered voters are eligible to vote in the upcoming election and should have received a vote by mail ballot. In Pleasanton, there are 3 24-hour ballot drop boxes that are available until 8 p.m. on September 14th. They are located at the City Hall entrance at 123 Main Street, the Ken Mercer Sports Park at 5800 Parkside Drive, and the Dolores Bankston Aquatic Center at 4455 Black Avenue. Mail ballots must be postmarked by September 14th. Voting locations will also be open from Saturday, September 11th through Election Day, Tuesday, September 14th. Visit the official election site of Alameda County at acvote.org for a map of all voting locations and hours. The Transportation Corridor Parking Lot Expansion. I'd also like to share a project update for Phase 1 of the Transportation Corridor Parking Lot Expansion between Abbey Street and Burnell Avenue, which began earlier this year in May. A retaining wall has been erected and the site is now currently being graded for the new concrete walkway and parking lot pavement. Once the grading operations are completed and drainage pipes installed within the next few weeks, a walkway will be formed and ready for the concrete pour. Completion of the walkway is expected by the end of September. This project will provide 79 additional parking spaces, a shared pedestrian and bicycle path as part of the Downtown Parks and Trails Master Plan, and new landscaping. We'll share periodic updates as the project progresses. That is it, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can we have a report out of closed session, City Attorney Sodergren?
Mayor, there's no reportable action from closed session tonight. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I'm looking for agenda amendments. Any from staff, Mr. Fiallo?
None from staff.
All right, any agenda amendments from council?
I do. I would like to ask for consideration of moving item 18 ahead of item 17, because this could be a long meeting. And I would like to see that the Pfas and well rehabilitation project continue to move as fast forward as possible. In other words, I'd hate to see it delayed for an additional 2 more weeks.
I don't have any problem with that. Does anybody have a problem? Okay. All right. Agenda item 18, which is consider funding for the PFAS treatment, will move to agenda item 17. And agenda item 17 will become 18, and that is the consideration of the downtown specific plans zoning overlay. Any others?
I would actually like to see if the council as a body would like to continue the downtown overlay item for a full year in light of COVID recovery, climate action plan, SB 1383, housing element, pop-up design standards, weekend on Main, as well as our current city manager challenges. I think it just would be appropriate that we prioritize.
I prefer to hear it this evening. And anyone else? All right, it looks like it's on our agenda.
Well, I would be open to continuing it in light of everything else that we have facing us. I just don't see it as a top priority.
It was made a priority by this council.
3-2.
Well, on majority.
3-2.
I know how to count majorities. Thank you.
I would rather not delay it.
my preference would be not to delay it, or at least not to delay it much.
Okay. All right, why don't we hear it this evening then? And perhaps there will be an extension after it's being fully heard. All right, with that, we have one agenda amendment and we're on to our consent calendar. Consent calendar items that are normally routine in nature and enacted by a single motion. If discussion is required, that particular item may be removed for a full discussion. And if it needs to be bifurcated, anybody can pull out one item separately if they need to. With that, do I have a motion for consent calendar or discussion?
I'd like to see item 5 bifurcated out, please, and I'll have a comment or question on that. I can do it now, or I can do it when you want to. You want to go with everything else first, Mayor, or you want to go with that now?
Could we do that last then?
Sure.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion for everything with the exception of item 5 on the consent calendar?
I would. So I'll move the consent calendar, sans item number 5 for adoption.
I'll second that.
All right, any comments?
Well, I'll just make the comment that I appreciate item 6 to get the fire station tower fully operational for Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department. So really happy to see that move forward with those repairs.
And I'd like to make a comment on item 2 that following along with the importance of clean water. Item 2 is a consulting agreement with Townsend and Associates to go after grant money to try to reduce the debt service that we have to take on. And I have great confidence that they'll find some money.
All right, Council Member or Vice Mayor Testa, do you have any comments on the consent calendar?
No.
Council Member Arkin?
No, I do not. Thank you.
And following on with Councilmember Naram's comment about agenda item 2, actually Townsend and Associates set up an elaborate EPA meeting with myself and our operations director, as well as Daniel Rapp, and they've already started to work to help us. We'll see if we can achieve it, but our goal is to help offset some of these significant costs required to put in a PFA remediation process. So, all right, we have a motion made and seconded. We have comments, every consent item with the exception of item 5. Please vote.
Mayor, may I
Oh, do we have
let you know that we
comments
have,
from the public?
yes,
My mistake. I'm just moving right along here.
no problem. So we have 2 speakers for item 12.
All right, all right. That sounds terrific. Could we have them, please? And please take into consideration the feedback from our residents.
Our first speaker is Jill Buck.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I just wanted to speak in favor of item number 12, and I was only concerned if it was pulled from the consent agenda, so I just want to give a thumbs up.
Great. Thank you for your support.
Our next speaker is Olivia Sanwong.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Brown and members of City Council. This is Olivia Sanwong. I am a resident of Pleasanton. And I want to speak in favor of item 12, the Urban Water Management Plan. I do think that it's worthy at some point to have a public discussion on this item, as the Urban Water Management Plan does talk about how we conserve water and talks about demands on water and also future population growth, as well as climate change and drought mitigation. You might have heard that recently the Zone 7 Board of Directors, we did declare a mandatory water conservation rate of 15%. And that's the most we can do at Zone 7. So now we pass the baton on to you, the Pleasanton City Council, as you are the retailer for the City of Pleasanton, the water retailer. And it's up to you to first, also pass that mandatory conservation and also determine how that's going to be implemented. One of the areas that I'm really focused on right now is how we're managing our water usage at our City of Pleasanton parks. I think that there is some room for improvement here. I do notice that we tend to water every square inch of grass so that it's so green at all of our city parks, including grass along pathways that's not being used for sports fields. And I think that As a city, you could be a role model for the residents and businesses as we move forward with the idea of greater water conservation. I think this is going to become really important as we look to the future, because right now, looking at 2022, I think that we can expect some other concerns in regards to water conservation. My final point, because I know later on you are going to be talking about the PFAS situation and pumping from the groundwater basin. I do want to point out that the groundwater basin since 1962 has been supplemented with artificial injection of untreated water, and that we use surface water, excess surface water, when we have extra water each year to replenish our groundwater basin. So without, this surface water from the State Water Project, that also then becomes something to be of concern. And some of the ways to replenish it, I know one, we are exploring the potable reuse study for indirect potable reuse in the groundwater basin. And I think that is something that is discussed in the urban water management plan. And I think it's worthy as we, think about this severe drought and looking at the 2022 water situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is she our last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And if anybody's watching from home, you should know that many of our parks are irrigated with recycled water, especially our Ken Mercer Sports Park and our tennis park, as well as, I forget the name, Val Vista Park. Thank you, Val Vista Park. So if they look exceptionally green, you'll see the purple pipes that lead right up to them and irrigate them. Right, with that, I'll close the public hearing and take it back to the council. We've got support, so hopefully that'll be good for everyone. Thank you. This is a vote on the consent calendar.
The motion passes 5-0.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right.
Item 5, Mayor,
Yes.
if I may. So real fast, I'd like consideration by the council to possibly continue this item or reconsider the time period. As you might recall, it's a cap on the food delivery services of 15%. After speaking with a few food service delivery representatives, what I learned is that restaurants may choose at their option to increase the fee they pay beyond 15% so that they can have advertisement or other elements, services provided. As a result of that, I had passed some language to the city attorney whereby if the food delivery provider provides a 15% option, but the restaurant chooses higher at their own discretion, they would not be out of compliance with our ordinance. And I personally think it's good governance to allow businesses to be able to comply. And they were worried about that with transaction fees and some other elements. So if it pleases the group, I'd like to consider continuing it so that the changes can be provided in red line. Dan, is that the right way to do this, if I may?
Or they could be made at this meeting and then it would be brought back for another second meeting and perhaps do you mind if I just clarify a little
Yes,
bit?
please.
So the way the ordinance works as currently exists as you adopted in your first read is that it's only enforced by the restaurants if they choose to enforce it via a civil action. If they're opposed to having a food delivery service charge more than 15%, they can take action on their own using the ordinance as a tool. The city does not enforce the ordinance administratively. We don't issue administrative citations or fines for a violation of the ordinance. It's simply a tool that the restaurants can choose to use. I did explain this to DoorDash and explain to them that as it's written, because it's something just for the restaurant's benefit, if they do choose to enter into an agreement with DoorDash or another food delivery service to come up with some other arrangement with a higher fee, the ordinance wouldn't preclude it. So as it exists, so I think as it exists, it's clear enough. If the council wants to clarify it further, it could. In which case, we could bring it back next meeting for another second read. So either way, but Really, I think the way it's written now, the restaurants do have that flexibility of entering into another arrangement.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please ask a question.
So if the city doesn't do any enforcement, if a restaurant does want to stay with the 15%, but the contractor does not and continues to charge a higher amount, what is their recourse?
So I don't, so the way it works is that there's a noticing requirement in the provisions of the ordinance that says that in that case, the restaurant would have to give the food delivery service notice of the ordinance and notice of the 15% cap, and that it wants that cap to be in place. And if restaurants do not, I mean, if the food delivery services don't comply, the restaurants could bring a civil action and cite to the ordinance as a cause of action. And that's the way it would work. It would have to be through a civil action brought by a restaurant against a food delivery service.
Okay.
Could a restaurant just choose not to use that particular delivery service then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
that would be-
nothing that says that all these different delivery services have a right to pick up from a restaurant and deliver, right?
Right.
Exactly. And as a follow on the menus, sometimes their menus, if you go on to a branded delivery service, then you'll see their menus that they facilitate. And if it's not listed as one of their options, then you go to plan B.
Right.
Okay, so and my second element for this is the time frame of it being 1 year versus 6 months or a shorter time frame, because the current one expires in October. And I just think that we cannot predict all of 22 to have an ordinance go that far. So if there's not support, we can vote on it separately accordingly.
Okay, so thank you. Are questions fully asked?
Of me, they are. I apologize.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak on agenda item 5?
There are no speakers.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. This is a separate item, so it needs a separate motion or lack of. What are your thoughts?
Well, if I'm moving the way I want. So I'll make a motion. It won't pass, but I'll move to amend the ordinance, section 1, to now read, except that if the requirements of section 3, subsection 1 of the urgency ordinance number 2211 do not apply to a third-party food delivery service that offers a covered establishment the option to obtain delivery services for a total fee, including the delivery fee, and any other fee not to exceed 15% of the purchase price of the online order, and that it be amended to be 6 months from the date of adoption, continuance from the date.
Right.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? All right, we'll take a vote on item 5 alone with that motion. All right,
The motion passes.
Yep, all right.
Just-
So you're-
Just to clarify, so that will be brought back on the consent calendar, of the meeting of September 21st with those amendments for another second read.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, all right. We are done with the consent calendar items. And we'd like to open meeting to the public, and we have a presentation of accommodation to two very special people that will be read by Councilmember Arkin. I believe we have 2 people in the room, city clerk, that are Sandy Schneider and Philip Kraychek's wife, Jen.
Correct.
Could
So
we bring them
Jen Yao
forward?
and Sandy Schneider.
Sandy is still muted. And Jen is not in the room.
All right, we're just taking a minute to make sure that they are in the Zoom room with us. And I'll say that this was brought forward in part with my help. The help and support of our community has been tremendous as the search for Mr. Philip Kraychek continued in the Ridgeline with hundreds of residents, Pleasanton police officers, the East Bay Regional Park officers, and even the county sheriff's continued search for Mr. Kraychek. And of course, sadly, his body was found, but we wanted to have a accommodation recognizing the community support. There was also a long list of restaurants and businesses that came out to support the family and those that were involved in the search. So we have,
Mayor, I only see Sandy in the room.
well, let's start with Sandy then. Thank
Sure.
you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sandy, welcome to our city council meeting this evening.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm hoping that Jen can join. I'm pretty sure that she will, but I'll start it off here. I'm just really honored to be accepting this commendation on the behalf of the hundreds and literally the hundreds of volunteers from the Bay Area. We kicked off the search just shortly after he was reported missing. And people from Pleasanton, the East Bay, showed up with the sole goal of trying to help find him and to help his family. So I would like to thank all of those volunteers and to thank you, Mayor Brown, and the City Council for presenting this commendation to us all. It was impossible to make a short list of people that were at the forefront, but I would like to mention a few names that were core to the search. I think that Jen is now online. I would like to turn it over to her first, and then I will add to what she has to say.
Okay, and we'd also like to read the accommodation when Jen is in the room.
Go ahead, Jen.
Jen, are you there?
She's in the room. I'm just not hearing her.
Jen, we're not able to hear you if your computer setting is blocking our ability to listen to you. At this time, maybe we'll go ahead and read the accommodation while she figures out how she can turn her volume on for her speaker. That would be terrific. Councilmember Arkin, would you please read the accommodation from the
Yes,
City Council?
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Tonight, we are presenting a commendation recognizing the community support in the search for Philip Kraychek. We have the honor of being joined tonight by Philip's wife, Jen Yao, as well as Sandy Schneider, who helped lead the citizen search efforts. After I read the proclamation, Jen and Sandy can share additional words if you like. So whereas the disappearance of Philip Kraychek had a tremendous impact on the Pleasanton community and inspired an outpouring of support, generosity, and community spirit throughout the city. And whereas the search for Philip was aided tremendously by the individual contributions of each volunteer and the collective efforts of the community. With an unwavering focus on the goal of finding Philip, these volunteers provided solace and support to Philip's family during their time of greatest need. And whereas amidst the somber time, there arose a spirit of community embodied in the hundreds of individuals who selflessly volunteered their time and the many local organizations and businesses that donated to the search efforts, including Grocery Outlet, Lucky's, Safeway, Rayleigh's, Jean's Fine Foods, Pizza Bello, Porky's Pizza, Mr. Pickles, Alameda County Fairgrounds, the Hyatt House, Marriott Residence in Pleasanton, Doubletree Hilton Pleasanton, Clap Moroni, Vukanovich, Beeman Shiley, sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name, Minuteman Press, Chili's, Sprouts, Red Sky Aviation Flight School, FedEx, Johnny's Donuts, Vivo Incorporated, Coons Productions, Pleasant and Computer Club, Foothill High School, Air Bears, Air Flare, Costco, and Gene Morgan Insurance Agency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pleasanton City Council hereby commends the many individuals, organizations, and businesses that demonstrated altruism and generosity in supporting the search for Philip Krychek and for exemplifying the ethos of the Pleasanton community. This time, I'd like to introduce Jen and Sandy to say a few words.
Jen?
Hi, welcome. Sandy, we might be asking you to go ahead and make the comments then.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jen, I don't know what's going on with your speaker, but I'll pick it up from here if you don't mind. Again, I really want to thank the Mayor Brown and the City Council, and also the different agencies that were responsible for the formal effort of finding Bill Krychek, including the Pleasanton Police Department, Alameda County Sheriff's Department, and all the rest of the search and rescue organizations. We were the group that collaborated with those agencies. They were all volunteers, hundreds and hundreds of volunteers that showed up. And thank you very much for listing off the local businesses, partially personally and community owned here, family owned in Pleasanton, and also the national chains. I was honored to be a part of this search and this effort to represent the city of Pleasanton's volunteer efforts and also the Bay Area's. This was an effort that was focused on the only sole reason was to find Phil. Everybody who came to help dedicated their time, monies, resources, efforts in the heat of 100+ degrees here in those times to find him for his family. There were hundreds of people that came, but several that really deserve recognition. His good friend, Chris Thoburn, that was there right from the beginning, along with his family members, Keith and Marcia Krychek, his parents, as well as Jen, obviously. And then Betsy Everett joined the search and conducted a very thorough, organized, systematic, iterative, collaborative effort to find him. The dedication of these volunteers on bikes, e-bikes, foot, ropes. We just kept going, and it was the momentum that helped us find him when others were hoping to find him earlier. Every single day, everybody showed up. I don't know if there has been any other effort here in the Bay Area that has been so focused on finding somebody after a 3.5, almost 4-week period. So I don't know if Jen is able to speak at this point, but those are
Can
my
you guys
comments.
hear me right now?
Yes, Jen, we can hear you.
Oh,
That-
great, wonderful. Sorry about the audio issues. I just want to say that we are so grateful for the Pleasanton community, each and every single individual who came to help in all different forms Sandy already described. And we as a family and me as a wife would not be where we are today if there was no result, I think. It's obviously needless to say not we hope that we would be at a very different place if he was not found, if we were still searching. So we are very, very grateful for everyone who contributed, cared, said, hang on to me and our family. Thank you.
Of course, you have our heartfelt concerns for you and your family, and I'm so sorry for the passing of your husband, but I know there are so many residents that were really pulling for you and your family to find Mr. Kraychuk alive. But so we're very sorry, but we did want to recognize these wonderful businesses, and I think Foothill High School was also the site of the search for a period of time, and it just shows the incredible generosity of the community, who most of us did not ever know Mr. Kraychuk, but wanted to be here to help you and him and the rest of his family and your two beautiful children. So, thank you. And we will provide this proclamation to you. I will mail it to you. I will have our city admin, or Sandy can email me your address, and we'll make sure we get it to you. Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you, Jen and Sandy, and the Pleasanton community.
Oh, that was hard. We also have a proclamation for declaring August 21st or August 2021 as American Muslim Appreciation Awareness Month.
Yes, in August, the council signed a proclamation declaring August 2021 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, and now we have the privilege of presenting it. After I read the proclamation, Munir Safi and the Muslim community of the East Bay and Spojme Nasiri with the Council on American Islamic Relations for the San Francisco Bay Area will accept the proclamation and share some comments. So whereas enriched by the diversity of its residents, the city of Pleasanton takes pride in supporting individual religious freedoms for all and is strengthened by the contributions made by the many diverse religious and cultural traditions of its residents, including those who practice Islam. And whereas Alameda County is home to over 90,000 Muslims who make innumerable contributions to the cultural, political, and economic fabric and well-being of our city, county, state, and nation. And whereas with the COVID-19 outbreak, forcing the temporary closure of Muslim nonprofits, community centers, mosques, and other establishments, local mosques and Muslim community organizations provided online programming and outdoor services. And whereas mosques and local Muslim organizations such as the Muslim Community Center of the East Bay and the Islamic Center of Zahra stepped in to help the entire community during the pandemic by donating funds, distributing food, and sewing masks for frontline workers, as well as educating their congregations about social distancing guidelines to keep the community safe. And whereas though the Islamic practice of zakat, local Muslim organizations help give back to the community by providing grocery deliveries and financial assistance to local families, organizing quarterly blood drives, food drives, and backpack drives for school children, as well as many other charitable activities serving individuals and families throughout the community. And now, therefore it be resolved, the Pleasanton City Council does hereby proclaim August 2021 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month to acknowledge the rich history and contributions of American Muslims in our community, and may it have a lasting positive impact for our city, state, and nation. At this time, I would like to introduce Munir and Spojme with the Muslim Community Center of the East Bay to say a few words.
Mayor Brown, I don't see Munir in the room, but I do see somebody named Zoom moderator put their hand up, so I'm gonna take a guess.
Do we see him in the waiting room?
They're both in.
I'm here.
There we go. Welcome to our city council meeting.
All right, I thought I'd change my name. Good evening. This is Munir Safi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for honoring our state's designation of August being Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. This is the 6th year this designation has happened in California, and the hundreds of Muslim families in Pleasanton and the nearly 15,000 Muslims in the Tri-Valley, we truly appreciate the Pleasanton City Council presenting this proclamation this evening. So I'm representing Pleasanton's Muslim Community Center, the MCC. The MCC is a vibrant regional mosque and a community center. We've been on West Las Positas Boulevard for the past 11 years. And I'm joined today by colleagues and congregation from the Islamic Center of Zahra, also in Pleasanton, who are watching along. So American Muslims, we've lived and contributed to our community since our country's founding. And in the last decade and a half, the impact of Islamophobia has been real. But despite the uncertainties, we continue our blood drives, our voting drives, highway cleanups, our thrice weekly food distribution. We have an open door policy at our Friday services. We serve as a Red Cross disaster site, host ESL classes with the city of Pleasanton, interfaith events, open houses. We're also a green mosque and a special needs friendly mosque. So as you can hear, we're just part and parcel of our community. And I can tell you that this recognition makes a world of difference for your Pleasanton constituents who are Muslim. So again, on behalf of Pleasanton and Tri-Valley residents who are Muslim, we thank you for this proclamation and this recognition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for all you do. That's a long list. And I have seen the food distribution line and it's been considerable. So thank you. Councilmember Arkin, is there anything else?
Spojme, is she?
She's joining right now.
Okay.
Oh, terrific.
Good evening, Mayor Brown and Vice Mayor Julie Testa and esteemed council members. My name is Sposhmi Nasiri. I am an immigration attorney in Pleasanton over by Stone Ridge Mall. I'm also an Afghan American and a Muslim American who has lived in Pleasanton for the last almost 12 years. My children went through school and went through Foothill, and they took a lot of pride in the rescue mission that was going on for Philip, and grateful for the community support. What I wanted to touch on was say, first and foremost, as Munir mentioned, the state of California has designated August as Muslim Appreciation for the last 6 years. And we're grateful for the city of Pleasanton issuing this proclamation. There are thousands of Muslim Americans in the Tri-Valley by the numbers of 15,000, and there are hundreds of Muslim Americans and Afghan Americans living right here in the heart of Pleasanton. Again, MCC has been in the forefront of being progressive and in providing the services that our community needs. What I wanted to touch on was also, as an Afghan American, we are seeing the devastation and the catastrophe happening, regardless of our political views. I keep it as a humanitarian perspective in terms of the evacuees and the humanitarian crisis. I have been on the forefront, along with many of my colleagues, immigration attorneys, working day and night to provide these services and legal services for evacuating Afghan Americans, lawful permanent residents, and those who are in need of being evacuated. One of the things I wanted to mention is, along with myself and many other community members, not only are we seeing what's on the forefront of the situation in Afghanistan, but we're living it day and night. For myself, for the last 2 weeks, day and night, I've been up trying to evacuate Afghans out of Afghanistan, those allies who have served and supported our government. One of the things I just wanted to touch on, again, to say sincere gratitude for the proclamation this evening, but also that although these refugees right now seem to be far away, they are going to be coming into our communities in the coming months in the Alameda County and maybe Sacramento area. The MCC has been in the forefront of supporting these refugees in many ways. They're working in conjunction with International Rescue Committee, as well as the Jewish Community Center in Walnut Creek, which are the resettlement agencies. So I'm proud to be a resident of Pleasanton, to be a parishioner of the MCC, and to know that our community as a whole is contributing in a meaningful way that is making not only our community a better place, but the world as a whole. So I thank you again for your time in allowing us this opportunity and for making this proclamation in 6 years in a row. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munir and Sposhmi.
All right, excellent. Okay. Well, we are done with our proclamations and we are on to public comment. City Clerk, do we have anybody interested in public comments? These are items that are not on the agenda. We ask you to stay to 3 minutes in your comments. And do we have anyone?
Yes, we have two speakers. The first is Amy Rashan or Amy Gare. I don't see her in the room. So our next speaker is Olivia Sanwong.
Hi again, Mayor and City Council. I want to clear up an email I sent to you earlier this evening. During closed session, I believe you discussed a letter from someone named Kevin Shakeman, and I want to publicly state that, yes, I see my name was included, and in my email to you, I mentioned that I was never contacted about this letter or the use of my name, and I do not approve of its use in the letter. However, in the spirit of fostering a community of inclusion, I do want to mention something that's really important to me, as you'll be discussing this later, and that's the downtown specific plan. I personally believe the downtown specific plan was a flawed process for a year and a half. I personally felt intimidated from participating in the public process, told I would be held personally liable if I even showed up to a meeting. And I want to thank Councilmember Kathleen Aaron for being such a great advocate for me, a resident of downtown Pleasanton, and for me to be able to participate. I'm very disappointed to see that the downtown specific plan was recently reviewed by the Planning Commission, and one of my neighbors here in downtown Pleasanton, who's on the Planning Commission, was able to participate, and there was no discussion about a conflict of interest. That said, I also personally believe that having a city discussion about our urban water management plan, which is our 5-year plan for water, is more important than micromanaging downtown Pleasanton commercial space. And I would like to use the remainder of my time to mention that the park that I was mentioning that I believe there might be overwatered is Hanson Park. And I believe that is not on the recycled water program. And I'd also like to mention that with recycled water, that recycled water that we use to water some of our parks, and I think it's great that we have this program. The city of Pleasanton did benefit from Proposition 1 that was passed in 2014. There was grants and favorable loans to help bring this recycled water project to Pleasanton. That water does percolate into our groundwater basin. And I do want to talk a little bit about wastewater in the remainder of my time. So recycled water is really that second level of treatment. The lowest level of treatment, which still has to be treated, is the effluent that travels 14 miles to the San Francisco Bay using the LAVMA pipe. And the most treated is the potable reuse treatment. And so what I want to mention in my final amount of time is, I know we're talking a lot about different water resources. And I do want to mention that when desalination comes up, just keep in mind, it's not just our wastewater effluent that's going into the bay, but so many other Bay Area communities also send their wastewater effluent into the bay. And so when we talk about the amount of energy that's being used in desalination, it's not just to remove the salts from the salt water, but also all of the waste that's in that salt water. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers.
Okay, and I'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your speakers. And we are on to an item that was continued. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. This will be the biannual update regarding the police department's operations, services, and activities. Welcome, Chief. After we get you started and hooked up.
While we're waiting for the chief, I just want to set the stage a bit for the discussion tonight, and a bit of reminder for folks who are tuning in, the reason why this item is agendized. But first, obviously our chief is here, but he's also aided tonight with our two captains, Captain Larry Cox and Captain Kurt Schlehuber, who might assist with the presentation. When the situation resulted from George Floyd's death in 2020, we held a series of community workshops to deal and confront the situation and also allow our community an opportunity to be heard regarding their concerns about policing in general in America, but maybe even more specifically about Pleasanton. The outcomes of those discussions resulted in some clear direction from the council at the time to pursue a few matters. One was the establishment of a community advisory board, a chief's community advisory board, which the chief will provide an update on. Confronting and dealing with the issue of SROs on our campus, which is scheduled more comprehensively for a discussion with the school board in late September, and will return back to the council in October. Implementation and consideration of a crisis response program. This is a way for us to deal with non-emergency and emergency calls for help in the areas of mental health, and to embed somewhat of a different response model that involves trained clinicians to help with those circumstances. And that discussion will occur also in October. The council allocated approximately $800,000 in its last budget as seed money to start that program. And then the final direction that the council provided was to ask the chief to come twice per year to talk about updates about the police department, crime trends, use of force, crisis response, and generally community policing in Pleasanton. This is the first of those discussions. Our plan is to come back in March or April of next year with some more discussion. And your discussion tonight and his presentation will inform what that report might look like. So if there's areas of interest that need further exploration or discussion, that's certainly partly the purpose of this discussion tonight. And we're looking forward to hearing what the council has to say in that regard. So this is very much the first of many discussions that you'll have with your chief on the topic of policing in Pleasanton. With that, Chief.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Brown, members of the council. City Manager Fiala, thank you for the introduction. That set the table perfectly. And I want to echo the last part of your remarks about an opportunity. If there are parts that are missing or that you would like to have further explored, we are looking for your input and your insights and direction there. So thank you for that. By the way, I'm David Swing, Pleasanton Police Chief, and glad to be here tonight. And as City Manager Fiala mentioned, I'm aided tonight by Captains Larry Cox and Captain Kurt Schlehuber, who are with me as well. This is the first of the biannual reports to council, and we're going to start with an overview of the police department and highlight some of our strategies related to community policing and engagement, and touch on some crime and traffic trends for 2020, as well as use of force and personnel investigations, and highlight some of the future initiatives, what you can look forward to seeing in the not too distant future. And we'll first begin with an overview. The Pleasanton Police Department has two distinct divisions, operations and investigations. The operations divisions are those typically in uniform patrol and traffic officers, and our special operations unit. Investigations encompasses not only criminal investigations, it also encompasses support services, which is dispatch and records, professional standards, excuse me, and our special enforcement unit. When we talk about 2020, in general terms, I refer to it as the year of the asterisk for purposes of stats, because a lot of the activities that we saw leading up to 2020, of course, for obvious reasons, were different in 2020. And so when we look at comparative data, the table on the bottom of the screen, you'll see our traffic stops were about 13,000 average per year. And then in 2020, they dropped to about 6,200. Well, that's because our officers were very conscientious about not being exposed to and not exposing others to COVID-19. And so our number of traffic stops certainly fell off during this past year. The Pleasanton Police Department, as you know, has 83 sworn and 35 professional staff members. They handled about 58,000 requests for service in 2020. And we maintained our emergency response time, as you can see, within the council goal of under 4 minutes at about 3 minutes and 43 seconds. And our crime clearance rate is a little bit lower than the goal at 26% as compared to the goal of 30. When we talk about community policing and community engagement, there are some key areas to focus on related to crime prevention and youth and adult programming and social media. And our work is really focused on community policing related to projects and quality of life. What are some of the things that we can do as the police department to help strengthen and maintain the strong quality of life that we enjoy here in Pleasanton? And when we look specifically at the areas of crime prevention, we moved to a virtual format for most of 2020, hosting multiple meetings. Some of those meetings included a meeting with the Asian American Pacific Islander community. And we really had an opportunity to engage in ways that we hadn't previously. Also, we coordinated a movie night at Las Ventanas, which is a great outreach program and opportunity, and led to some new contacts and relationships, and even an application to our community advisory board, which was really a very successful evening. One of the key components of crime prevention was really said by Sir Robert Peel, who's known as the founder of community policing. And when he says that the police are the public and the public are the police, and the police being the only members of the public who are paid to give full-time attention to duties which are incumbent on every citizen in the interest of community welfare and existence. And what that means to us is that we cannot arrest our way out of a problem, that we need the community's help and the community's participation to help us be successful together as a team to ensure a safe Pleasanton. And so that's really the heart of crime prevention, is how can we engage with the community to help prevent crime from occurring, in combination, of course, with our proactive policing strategies. When we look at our youth and adult programming, we know that our school resource officers and that program was paused for most of 2020 as school was not in session in a traditional way. Of course, it was mostly virtual from about March through the remainder of the calendar year. We did also, in 2020, we paused our Youth Explorer program. And the picture that you see on the screen there is of a recent Explorer Academy graduation from this last month in August. And 3 of our explorers attended, and 2 of them that you see up there took home awards and special recognition. I want to take a moment just to acknowledge them for their work. Sadrani Palma, who's the gentleman in the middle, received an overall achievement award for top academic and physical achievement. And Nikita Bondale received a top academic award, and she's the young lady off to the left standing next to me. This is a testament of the depth of our Explorer program. We have 17 explorers, all very talented individuals who have a heart of service for their community. Our youth program also includes a teen academy. We had 10 recent graduates of the teen academy this year. They attended a 3-week course, and it's an introduction into law enforcement. So those are just highlighting 2 of our community policing programs related to youth. When you look at our adult programming, we have our Citizens Police Academy, which we started in January, and of course, was put on hiatus after the pandemic. We look forward to that group restarting once we're able to do that safely. And of course, our volunteer and police services program, who typically contribute about 6,000 hours a year of volunteer time, which is, if you were to monetize that, it's worth about $163,000. And they are really a dedicated group of men and women who have a heart for the police department, and of course a heart for the community. You likely saw some of them downtown during weekends on Main as ambassadors and visible downtown. Another component of our community policing is our social media program. We maintained 4 primary platforms, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Nextdoor, and we're active in each of those platforms. We use different platforms to reach different audiences and different groups. And we monitor, of course, for comments and replies. And we also monitor other accounts in case there's erroneous information out there that we need to clarify. And I know it's we know that not everything that's on social media is accurate and factual. And a quick example of that is we had a pursuit of a stolen vehicle. The vehicle crashed into the center divider. The suspect got out and ran on foot. Fortunately, the Alameda County Sheriff's Office helicopters overhead and helped us lead our officers to the suspect. We apprehended him without any incident or use of force. It wasn't long after we saw a post on social media where someone mentioned or said they witnessed a shootout with Pleasanton Police Department, and there were no shots fired by anyone in that incident. And so we're able to quickly correct that by monitoring it, able to correct it, and that post was, of course, taken down. So our social media program is designed for both community engagement and, of course, to communicate with the community at large and to make sure that the information that we know of is accurate as it relates to Pleasanton PD. When we look at crime trends in 2020, the crime rate overall was lower. Property crime is down 26%. Violent crime was down 16%. Again, with having fewer retail establishments open in a traditional setting, this contributed to less opportunities for criminals to commit theft, which is our leading crime type in the Part 1 offenses. And violent crime being down, there were just fewer people out. Unfortunately, in 2021, we're seeing numbers return back to pre-pandemic levels, at least in violent crime. One of the troubling concerns for me as your police chief in 2021 is that so far this year, we've had 11 incidents where a firearm was discharged. That's just actually in the first 6 or 7 months of 2021. In comparison, in each of the previous years, through a search of our record system, we had 1 in 18, 19, and 20. And so we are actively working to abate this concern. And we have developed weekly strategy meetings where we identify current crime trends and things that are happening out in the community. And we bring a group of lieutenants and captains and crime analysts together, and we develop strategies to abate that crime trend. The best example I can share with you about how those meetings work is in March, our very first meeting was related to theft at the mall. And we had seen a sudden spike or increase in incidents of theft. And so we roundtabled and developed some strategies and employed those strategies. And within the first month, crime was down 50% at the mall. We continued to employ those strategies today, and incidents of theft continue to decrease at Stone Ridge Mall. So those are some of the proactive things that we are doing as your police department to identify crime trends, to develop intervention strategies and to implement them, and then to monitor them to make sure that they're effective at abating the problem at hand. And as you can see on the chart there, those are the Part 1 crimes for 2016 through 2020. And again, as mentioned earlier, larceny, which is theft, is the top crime type by far. Another area that we know of strong community concern are traffic-related offenses or traffic-related safety. Traffic volume and collisions dropped in 2020 as many of our employers were in a virtual setting. And of course, our employers are a significant draw outside the community to the job base. We've also implemented a strategic enforcement approach to traffic using collision data and complaints to help inform and deploy where our traffic officers are conducting enforcement based on where collisions are occurring, based on where we're seeing complaints. One of the probably fun facts that most people are not familiar with When looking at our traffic data, about 60% of our traffic enforcement stops result in warnings. And those could be either a verbal warning or a courtesy citation. And I know that the common perception is that if someone is stopped by a traffic enforcement officer, they are going to receive a ticket. And I'm pleased to debunk that myth tonight and say it's about 60% of traffic stops result in a warning, as opposed to a mechanical or moving citation. Also, as you saw in 2020 or 2021 rather, we unfortunately have had 2 pedestrian fatalities. And you, I'm sure, likely saw recently where the district attorney's office filed charges on one of the involved parties in one of those unfortunate tragic incidents. Another area of update is related to homelessness or those who are unhoused. Our homeless outreach team, who I know that each of you have had an opportunity to talk with, have had success placing 20 residents into housing in 2020. That's a significant success rate. Some of this is due to the Safer Ground program in Livermore, which closed in July. And while we were unsure of what the impact in Pleasanton would be when Safer Ground closed, would the residents there find housing elsewhere? Would they come back to Pleasanton? And we didn't know what was going to happen. And we are pleased that 4 residents were placed into long-term housing, 4 Pleasanton residents were placed into long-term housing in Livermore. And our homeless outreach team reports they have not seen an appreciable increase in calls for service or needs since the closing of Safer Ground. So that's been a success. And of course, that success is supported by their partnerships with both Abode and CityServe. And we continue to maintain strong relationships there, knowing that services are important for those residents. In the listening sessions and the reports to council after the death of George Floyd, we talked about use of force, and we developed the Policing in Pleasanton website, which also has a use of force page. And the table that you see here is data taken from that web page and updated for 2020. It's important to note, sometimes it's good to begin with what is defined as a use of force. Well, any level of force used to overcome resistance, which is why at the top of that table, control hold is the leading number of types of force used in the 20, 23, 24, and 25 range. That's a technique used to gain control of a subject who is actively or passively resisting. And when an officer applies a control hold, then that's documented as a use of force. Force is used in less than 2% of all of our detentions. So if an officer detains or arrests somebody, there is a less than 2% of those detentions or arrests force is used by an officer. Each use of force incident that occurs has a thorough level of review. And what does that mean? It means that the supervisor is made aware. The supervisor conducts a preliminary investigation, interviewing witnesses, interviewing the subject who is arrested or detained, and also reviewing body-worn camera. All of our officers wear body-worn cameras in patrol, and when an incident, they activate those cameras during any detention or enforcement contact, as well as other situations. And so that body-worn camera is also reviewed from start to finish, not just during the use of force, but start to finish to look at the actions that preceded the use of force, as well as ensuring care was given as needed afterwards. Once that report is done, it's reviewed by the watch commander or lieutenant who oversees that patrol team, and also by the force options lieutenant, the lieutenant who oversees our force options program. The division commander, in this case, would be, in most cases, Captain Larry Cox, who oversees our operations division, and ultimately me as the police chief. Each of those levels of review is looking for policy compliance, is looking for any additional needed training or equipment to help mitigate to help mitigate the situation, and ensuring that the incident complies or is aligned with our values as an organization. So that each use of force incident, again, has a high level of scrutiny and high level of review, because they are deserving of that, and our community is deserving of that as well. Personnel investigations is, it says here, a critical part of our work. And I couldn't think of a stronger word, because I mean, it is one of the most critical parts of the work that we do to ensure the community's trust, by making sure that our personnel investigations are thorough, that they are done in a way that is impartial and fair, is compliant, of course, with the Police Officer Bill of Rights. And we have two primary tracks for personnel investigations: those that are externally generated and those that are internally generated. There are, as noted in the report, there are 4 primary disposition types: either sustained, which means the allegations are determined to have occurred and were a policy violation; not sustained, meaning that it could not be proved either way that they did or did not occur; unfounded, as they did not occur; and exonerated, is that the allegation occurred but was not a violation of policy. There were 5 external and 3 internal investigations in 2020. And in the staff report, you will see that from 2017 to 2021, there were 15 internally generated personnel investigations comprising 79 allegations of policy. So 15 individual investigations, 79 investigated policy violations. And of those 79, 52 were sustained and 20 were not sustained. 5 were exonerated and 2 were unfounded. So what that shows maybe to the layperson is that when we investigate an alleged policy violation, we don't just look at the allegation. We look at the totality of the situation and see if there were other policy violations that maybe were not brought to our attention. So we dig deeper, more than just the surface level. We dig into the policy in great detail to look for other potential violations that may have occurred. And again, for internal violations, 79 allegations of policy and 52 of those were sustained. So clearly that's about 2/3 or so. And then our community advisory board, which I know is a priority to you as our council. And I'm happy to report that our first meeting is scheduled for, it says planned to start in September. Well, we made it, September 28th is our first scheduled meeting. We have selected 15 members to join the community advisory board. We had a very deep pool of very qualified candidates and interested members of our community. We had about 84 applications. Those were screened down. I met with 22 folks, and we screened those down to 15. In talking with our new members, a lot of interest, a lot of love for Pleasanton, a lot of a strong desire to look at crime trends and homelessness and mental health. Use of force also came up. Those are the things that the members mentioned as their priorities looking forward. And so our plan is to do some introductory meetings in September, probably through November, and then in January to really convene as a board and to start digging into some of the priorities and issues that you see on the screen. And then future initiatives. I'm looking forward to bringing back the crisis response program. We formed a multidisciplinary work group led by Captain Cox and Dr. Penny from Access. And it was a multidisciplinary team that evaluated multiple options for a crisis response program. And like I said, looking forward to returning back to you as our council in fall of 2021 with our recommendation with a planned implementation in early 2022. I am confident that the crisis response program will strengthen our response to those in crisis. And provide options that don't exist today, which will be better for our entire community as well as our police department. Our officers are excited about the opportunity as well. So we're looking forward to bringing that back. And then finally, under future initiatives, stop data collection. The state of California passed a law, I think back in 2016, AB 953, which mandates collecting stop data by peace officers in California. There are 4 waves of implementation. Cities with police departments under 330 officers are in wave 4. So Pleasanton clearly in wave 4. We are mandated to begin collecting data in January of 2022. We will be collecting data before then. We have a pilot program that's underway right now, and we expect full department implementation in the fall of this year. The officer provides the officer's perception of the race and gender identity of the person stopped, and as well as other actions taken while on the stop, whether someone was searched or arrested, if there was force used, etc. There are 15 different fields that an officer reviews and notates officer actions based on that particular stop. We'll be using a local application. An agency can use a variety of different options, one of those being a Department of Justice application or their own. Through our resources in the state, there's a local application that we're using that will allow us to analyze our data in real time. So if there are flags or concerns that we have, we can address those more dynamically than waiting for a year for returns from the state. And so we're moving forward. And like I said, we will definitely be live on January 1st as mandated by the state. And our plan is to be live collecting data in fall of 2021. And with that, I am honored to answer any questions that you may have. I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you, Chief Swing. Great presentation and very thorough as usual. We'll look for some questions. Councilmember Narum, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Enlightening as always. On page 2 of the report, you discussed implementing, or it was discussed implementing a tracking mechanism to better ensure coordinated efforts. And I was wondering if you could provide an example of what that is or means for us that are not in law enforcement.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Narum. We are deploying or implementing a way to better track our community policing projects. We have 6 different patrol teams, of course, covering 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And sometimes that can lead to we need to strengthen our coordination. And so the form that that's now been implemented allows us to better coordinate that, have a single point of contact, and to ensure that there's consistent actions and communication regarding community policing projects.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm going to skip. I had a lot of questions, but I'm going to try to condense these. You did answer a couple of them. There was discussion in the crime prevention about working with hotels. And I was wondering, what the goal or goals of that program are, and if that's something that you're looking to possibly carry over to apartments communities where, in particular, we know we're likely going to be building more because of arena state requirements.
Yes, through our strategy meetings, we identified our hotels as an area of focus. And our crime prevention officer, Officer Ryan Tujay, is working with the hotel managers to ensure consistent communication, talk about any potential issues of quality of life or crime that may be occurring at the hotels. and to work with them to develop strategies to abate those issues. There is an opportunity to do the same with our apartment complexes. And if we see a certain a spike in activity in our apartment complexes, then we'll definitely pursue that as well.
Okay. And then I had several questions on the complaints and things. I guess the first question, again, just to remind us, if a member of the public wanted to express a concern about the conduct of an officer, what options would they have, and how would they know where to get that information? In other words, is it accessible on the police webpage or you know?
Yes, there are several ways that a member of our community may file a complaint or a commendation about a police
Thank you for the
officer.
commendation.
And that is available on our website, of course, also available in our police department lobby. And I am going to ask to phone a friend here. I also believe in the city hall lobby as well, although I'm not 100% certain about that.
Yeah, the public, if they want to file a complaint or a commendation, can also submit it directly to the Human Resources Department located at 123 Main Street. And that information is on our website.
So is it like on the homepage for the police website? I mean, just how, I guess what I'm trying to understand is how visible is it?
It's visible enough if you're looking to register a concern.
Okay.
And it'll lead you there, and it'll give you the two options.
Okay. And then you mentioned that a number of the allegations of misconduct or policy, not misconduct so much, but policy violations were found to be sustained. What's the procedure for discipline, the type of discipline? Do you categorize them as minor, major? Could you just talk a little bit about that? Because I know that's something I think when we talk about, you know, the policing and the oversight, that we want to make sure, as you said, you know, that we're building the trust in the community.
Yeah, I also appreciate that question. I also want to clarify, I spoke about internally generated complaints and I omitted externally generated complaints. So if a member of the community, an internally generated complaint is that we at the police department believe that a violation of policy occurred and we initiate an investigation. An externally generated complaint is the one that you mentioned about a member of the community who wants to file a complaint about an interaction they had with an officer. And our internally generated complaints during the same time period of 2017 to 2021, there were 27 community complaints, 108 potential policy violations, which resulted in 17 sustained, 57 unfounded, 29 exonerated, and 5 not sustained findings. After each investigation is conducted, if there is a sustained finding, it is reviewed by each investigation is reviewed by the division commander, regardless of the findings. If there are sustained findings, the division commander makes a recommendation for potential discipline, which can be anywhere from a documented oral counseling up to and including termination, depending upon the severity of the offense. And then that is reviewed also once it's been administered. Then I am the first appeal or Skelly hearing person. And then in Pleasanton, we also have a second Skelly opportunity with the city manager.
Okay. And do you break them down between, you know, minor violations and major violations, or is a violation a violation?
It's really on a case-by-case basis, given the totality of the circumstances. There are several factors that go into determining an appropriate level of discipline. For me, the purpose of discipline is to set a standard for the organization and also to ensure that the behavior does not occur again. So it's really a case-by-case basis based on the totality of the circumstances that are presented.
Okay. And do you have a mechanism or a method where you are able to track officers that maybe are having multiple policy violations on different occasions?
while we don't have that
You know what I
today,
mean, from
yeah,
different
we have-
incidences.
Sure, we have a spreadsheet or a document that allows us to see a historical view of personnel investigations. We don't have so many that it's difficult for us to track. We also are working to implement what's known as an early intervention system.
Okay.
And I brought that up, I think, back in August or so of last year, about a year ago now. And due to some technical complications, we haven't been able to launch that just yet. But that's something that is still very much a priority for our agency and for me as your chief, is to find the appropriate early intervention system, so that if someone has, if there are concerns that are raised over a period of time, we're able to see those earlier and implement, just like we do with our crime prevention, crime intervention strategies. If there are intervention strategies we need to implement to ensure the quality of the service and the standards for the department, that's a tool for us to do that.
Okay, and along the same line, are you seeing any trends in either increasing policy violations or decreasing policy violations, both internally and externally generated?
When I reviewed our external complaints, I found that there were a few that were generated by one individual, and those were all either exonerated or unfounded. So the quantity of our external complaints was down in 2020 and is down so far in 2021. So it's hard to identify a trend after just a few short months. We're looking at 2021. So it's hard to say. I guess if there's a trend that I'm seeing, it's a trend in the work of our officers that is continuing to serve the community and using their body worn cameras judiciously, as they should. And when complaints come in, many of those complaints are actually resolved by viewing the body worn camera and speaking with the person who has a concern and identifying that we have a body worn camera recording, and maybe their recollection of the event is different than what we had on the camera.
Okay. You didn't touch in your report, which I realized it was the first shot, and I certainly really appreciate what you've done. But I was wondering if there's been any significant pieces of legislation, either at the federal or state level, that have passed that are going to impact how the department does its job. I think you've touched on one with the this reporting of the stops and the data on that. Are there any others, such as AB 1506? Is that
AB 1506 is now implemented, and that's legislation that was passed last year that requires the Department of Justice to investigate any police shootings of unarmed civilians, and so that has been implemented. Now we have met as chiefs with California Department of Justice, and they're going to hold a training here for Alameda County agencies in the not too distant future. So that's very much a newer piece of legislation. It hasn't impacted us, fortunately. Another piece of legislation that is currently that's anticipated to be passed this year is related to police officer deed certification that will allow the state peace officer standards and training and require them to stand up a new division that looks at decertification of officers to revoke their certification to be a peace officer in the state of California for certain offenses.
okay? And I'll one more question, then I'll stop, although I've still got some more, but give others a chance. Are there any current training initiatives that you're doing in the department that are beyond what's required by the state?
We do.
I know COVID would probably
sure
affect that a bit.
We do a
maybe.
tremendous amount of training that is above and beyond the state's requirement, and that's because of your investment in our budget and appropriation for training. And so, when I think about what are we doing specifically that's above and beyond post and what post requires, there's the de-escalation components of our force options program. We are exploring a fair and impartial policing class and training for all of our sworn personnel. And there are others. Unfortunately, I don't have those off the top of my head, but I will certainly highlight that in our next report in March.
Okay, would training for like autism, given our Sunflower Hill community, fall into that?
Yes, we did a training actually provided by Sunflower Hill earlier this year as part of our principal policing day of training as well. And that was, I believe, a 1 to 2 hour block of training on autism.
Okay, great. Mayor, I'll stop there and I've got
Okay.
some more, but I'm sorry.
I bet you're going to have a few other people that asked some great questions. So those were very good, though. Thank you. Councilmember Testa, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for a really interesting report. Lots of good information. So you, the software program, you, Councilmember Narum asked about it. Could you explain a little bit more? Is that following personnel trends, or is that following, because I know you had mentioned last year that this was in, and we did have a discussion about it. I understand it's not yet implemented because there were some challenges with the on the part of the contractor, but explain a little bit more what the goals are on that program.
Sure. An early intervention system or early warning system, there's different names that they're used to describe them, uses a complex set of factors to determine if there are at-risk behaviors or high-risk events that have occurred with our officers to flag that officer for closer review by either the officer's lieutenant or captain. And just because an officer is flagged, it does not mean that there is a violation or that there is a concern. It just simply alerts someone in a position of leadership to take a closer look and make sure that that the officer is not at risk for other potential concerns larger than what's being than what was flagged.
Okay. An easy question. You said I've been following, we've very concerned that there's been a trend of gun reported incidents. Any concealed carry permit has to go through you, is that correct?
The concealed carry permits go through the sheriff's office. And so I have not received a concealed carry permit in my time as your police chief.
Okay, so if there is a permit issued through the sheriff's office, because I have had residents say that, and it was the prior chief, that they're done both through the sheriff's and here. But would you know about any if they were granted? Do they send
Yes,
a
the sheriff's
report?
office communicates with us annually with a list of those who are local residents that have been issued a concealed weapons permit.
Okay. And is there a high number or is it really rare? Do you know?
Yeah, that's a kind of a relative term. I don't have the number off the top of my head, and if there are in terms of how many permits are issued in Pleasanton.
Okay, so, and then how does registering a gun work? If guns are, and do we know these incidents of offenses, gun use, are those registered guns, or do you know, or is it just shots fired and you never know? It's
We've seen, and the gun incidents are not just local to Pleasanton. We're seeing those throughout the region, Tri-Valley, the county, the state, et cetera. The incidents where a firearm was discharged, there was one, for example, where someone heard his some activity around his car. He went outside to find his car was being the catalytic converter was being stolen, and unfortunately, he didn't. The victim didn't have his phone with him, so he tried to follow the vehicle to get a description of the vehicle. At one point, the vehicle pulled off to the side of the road and fired a round at the person in the vehicle. So we don't know if that gun was registered. I can tell you that usually guns that are used in crimes are not typically registered to the person who is possessing them.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, you said things that were missing that we should bring up. So one of the things that I feel is missing is discussion of SROs. I know that that's a discussion that's happening at our liaison meeting, but I would have liked to have had an update and known what was happening with that and have an opportunity to weigh in on that. So do you want to give us a quick update on that, or?
Is there anything, just looking out to March, discussion of SROs is a large discussion point?
It is.
Is there a specific area regarding our SRO program that is of most interest to you?
Let me, maybe I can help answer the question for the council member, the vice mayor. We are, for the benefit of the community, identified the topic of SROs as a priority discussion for the council. Namely, the direction thus far has been to put together a memorandum of understanding between the district and the city that gives some more clarity and some boundaries on the deployment of SROs on our campuses. I think the general sense to this point is that they're an asset that's worth continuation in our schools, and we want to make sure that they're used the right way. That being said, the MOU is still being developed. It's in edit format still, and it's making its way through the school district liaison committee. It's scheduled for our next meeting in September. We hope that there'll be some firm direction and some firm direction to the council and the school board trustees to deal with that issue. We plan to talk about it again collectively as two joint bodies on September 30th, where we both will meet, the city and the district, the elected officials and the chief administrators, to talk about whether that MOU is acceptable to the two agencies and whether or not it should be adopted by both agencies. So that's the process. And so there's opportunities to ask questions specifically tonight about how that process is going, or some of the elements of concern or opportunity, or the public can look forward to further discussions here in September.
Okay, great. Thank you. Last question that I have for you, Chief Swing. We had in fact, I looked back at the minutes from the last meeting that we had in October 2020. And there was discussion about the update of the website. And I was really very pleased that there was a lot of information that had been posted. But I shared with you that I've gone and tried to find that information since. And it isn't visible by going through the website. And you said you'd follow up on that. Do you remember that conversation?
I apologize, Vice Mayor, I do not. If you're referring to the critical incidents, okay, I will.
Okay, because I've looked again, because I've sent other people there, because people have asked me questions and I've said, hey, it's all there. And they couldn't find it. So I have, in fact, recently, within the last few days prior to this conversation, looked, and there is no way of getting to them
While I haven't clicked on
From-
those links, I know we haven't taken that information down.
It is
Um,
still there because I
okay.
went back to the links that had been given to me and I can click on the link and I can find it. But I cannot get to it, so the public can't get to it from the PD site or even the Pleasanton site. So I just ask you to get back
I will.
to us and let
Yes.
us know and correct that, because the whole point was to have it available and transparency and all that. But
I suspect that our two very capable captains are looking at that right now to try and make sure that that is up.
okay, great. And if I missed it, please let me know. But I've had several other people also look and couldn't find it. So I'm sure you guys can correct that. But okay. And so question wise, I just have one that I'm going to direct over to our city manager, and then I'll be done. And at the October meeting, when there was a lot of discussion about how our role of oversight will be done. And there was, while making the motion and approving the motion, there was a discussion, and I pulled up the minutes and I went back and looked at it. And the language was that the council was going to have future discussions on what the roles and responsibility of oversight will be. So are we going to have that conversation?
So the context of that discussion was on that evening, the council's more significant role in its connection with and oversight of the police department going forward. That was one of the 4 initiatives that came out of those discussions. And the questions that were being asked by the then council is, what does oversight look like? And there's a lot of back and forth about, we want something like this that occurred here tonight, but that the definition of oversight in terms of what it means for Pleasanton really needs to be defined over time. And my sense is that this is the starting point of that. There may be more information that the council is looking for on a semi-annual basis. There may be more initiatives that you would like us to explore. And there will be opportunities for discussions regarding various policies that the department is responsible for administering. So it's that we can sort of unfold that over time as we norm this behavior of talking about policing in our community. But if there's something more specifically that you would like to see, it would be good for us to hear that because we can bring that forward in March or at one of our subsequent meetings. So an example might be chief and city manager, we'd like to understand better what our use of force policies are in the city and really what latitude or boundaries does the department operate within, and have that discussion and see where that discussion eventually leads in terms of modifications or community interest or council direction. Conversely, you may want to have a discussion about more deeply oversight. I've heard some of you talk about a police auditor of some type, contractual or otherwise, to oversee the activities of our department. It's a trend that's occurring in the state. And if you are interested in understanding what that really looks like, we've had that discussion. We dipped our toe in it back in October, where we talked about some of the possibilities. And at least at that time, the direction was, we don't want to pursue it. But we can certainly bring that back and have a deeper discussion about it.
Okay, well, thank you. And forgive my frustration hearing that this is the first start, because of course, that's what we said a year ago in October, was that this was just this first start. And the discussion of roles and responsibility was supposed to happen, I would have thought before now, and it was stressed. And
We just
of
had a
course,
pandemic that got in the way of
that
it all.
pandemic, I know. But it's important. And, I appreciate that you printed out way too much paper on this, because I asked that the council have an email that just had some links that gave some examples. And this certainly doesn't capture what the examples that I was hoping would be seen. Because while I really appreciate that there is some information in here about civilian complaints, everyone has heard my concern. So on 10 of 11, there's a nice paragraph that has some interesting statistics, and I really do appreciate that. But that's in no way what covers the need for oversight. And so my next question, City Manager Fiala, just got that mask back on. You at that meeting a year ago also said, and I wrote it down somewhere here, and it's in the minutes, that let's see, we're gonna have to spend some time, and it was about the you were going to get back to us. I sent you an email about this because I wanted you to have some, be prepared. You were going to get back to us with what is legally allowable in the way of our role of oversight and citizen complaints, because you've repeatedly said that that wouldn't be legal for us, even if, clearly no, redacted, no names, no personal information. And so the reason that I shared the website for Palo Alto is they have all that posted on their website. So I really don't believe that it's illegal and in our role of oversight, what did you learn? Oh, Dan, are you going to answer it? There we go.
I can clarify that. So generally, investigations into police officer activity, whether they be administrative investigations or investigations into citizen complaints, are strictly confidential and can't be released to the public or the council. There are certain exceptions under relatively new provisions of state law, whereby we do have to disclose records pertaining to incidents involving discharge of a firearm, incidents resulting in death or great bodily injury, or incidents resulting in sustained finding of sexual assault on the member of the public. Those are exceptions, and we do have to disclose those. And the department does keep records of those on its website for the public to view. So basically, aggregate numbers like are shared in the staff report are okay, but getting any further into the specifics of a specific incident is not allowable.
Did you go on to the Palo Alto site and see how they address those?
I haven't done it in great detail. I know the Palo Alto contract has specific safeguards whereby the independent consultant, there's a review to ensure that no confidential records are released in their report. So I haven't looked exactly on how they assemble that information, but there is a process to determine under the standards contained in the law what can be disclosed to the council and the public, and that's what results in the public report.
I just keep thinking we have a disconnect in and that's why to see those examples, so that there's no longer a disconnect in, it is no private information disclosed, but it's a summary of the cases and not investigation by the auditor, but a review of the auditor. And it's just a very, I would ask that you take a look, and I would like to have an explanation of, why we are being told that it's not legal, but it's on there. I mean, you do 3 clicks and you can read that. So,
Okay, get back to us.
yeah.
I think it's really important to maybe norm the language that we're using. What an auditor does, much like a financial auditor does, is affirm that what you adopted or what is being told to you is actually happening. So to use the example of our operating budget, you approve it and you assume we're going to spend within the authority allowed by the council. And if we didn't do the audit, you would never know if we overspent or what we told you was accurate or not. And so what a police auditor does is he'll come in and confirm that what the police chief has been telling you is validated, and where there are material deficiencies, in a general sense, will be spotlighted. When I say terms like it's not legal to share personnel records, an auditor will not share personnel records with you, right? They won't tell you what the level of discipline was or the incident that the officer was involved in. But it'll take the aggregate data that the chief shared with you and tell you whether 2/3 of those investigations that were generated internally were appropriately investigated. And if they weren't, where there may be areas for improvement. That communication occurs under the Palo Alto model directly with the chief and the city manager, with the council in terms of specifics, because it involves, in some cases, discipline. With the council, it's more aggregated. It's shared more broadly that there were general material deficiencies in reports that were provided to the council, and this is some of the areas of improvement that the department should pursue in terms of training and development or things of that nature. So I say all that, and I admit that it may sound a bit convoluted, but there's a distinction between operational standards being adhered to and personnel investigations and the outcomes of those personnel investigations. And the auditor will focus mostly on the operational standards.
Absolutely. Right. And so, yes,
Right.
and reading those, I thought it was they were very balanced. They were very law enforcement perspective and very reasonable. And so I think I would appreciate it if we could get that kind of very reasonable kind of reporting. I wish everybody would take a look, because it really, I don't think it's as concerning as some people might think it is. And
you had said this is your last question a couple times. So
well, that was all connected. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good. All right. Councilmember Balch. I'm sorry. Kind of working in. Sorry.
Thank you.
You're next.
Yeah. So thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I'm new to council, so I have a few questions that may have answered over time in the past. But you mentioned that there's 83 sworn officers that we've funded for. Are we at full strength, or do we have all of those positions filled?
We currently have 3 vacancies in our sworn ranks. We have.
I think your mic needs to go on, by the way.
Says on, are you there?
Oh, sorry.
I probably needed to stand a little closer to the mic.
Sorry about that.
No, my apologies.
So we have 3.
So we have three vacancies, 3 officer vacancies, and all of our dispatch positions are now full. So our only vacancies are with our sworn officers.
Okay, so logistically, and I'm not familiar with how you staff patrols or whatnot, but I would assume there's a minimum number of sworn officers you would need to retain full strength or maybe not too much overtime. Or we're above that with only missing 3, I presume, 3 vacancies.
So we look at our minimum staffing as a number of officers in patrol working at any given time. And our minimum number there is 5 plus a supervisor. Now, the 3 vacancies, we also have 1 person, 2 people in various stages of training at the police academy. We have 1 person in the field training program. So those are 3 counted for filled positions that are not active at the current time. We also have 2 officers that are out on injury. So there are other vacancies in addition to the 3 open positions. So to answer your question, do we have enough officers to staff our patrol division without overtime? It depends.
Yeah.
Because we also have summer vacations. All those are winding down now that summer has concluded. But nonetheless, we still have vacations to staff and fill, as well as training and other obligations.
Okay. The second question is, based upon the number of officers we have, do officers patrol alone, or do they always have a partner with them?
They generally patrol alone. They may, under certain unique circumstances, patrol with a partner, but especially during the last year with the pandemic, not to continue to use the pandemic, but they were mostly certainly alone during that time.
And based upon the areas that patrol officers are at and they're patrolling alone, how far away would be backup, that second officer for that first officer if needed or called? Time or distance? I don't know how you want to.
And again, it really depends on the situation. We place a high priority on officer safety. There are some agencies, an officer may have an extended backup if they're out, say, in the remote areas of a county or on the highway, et cetera. If a Pleasant officer requests emergency assistance, there will likely be an officer there in under 60 seconds.
Okay. Great. And maybe I asked the city manager this, but for a city of our size, and we just got our tentative census numbers, approximately 80,000 residents, are the number of sworn officers that we are funding appropriate for a city of our size?
Well, thanks for referring that to me, because I think any chief that's worth their salt will say that they want more officers to patrol their community. But that being said, I think, listen, we treat our operations holistically. We look at all of our city activities and we try to do the best that we can with the dollars that we have. The department's staffing complement has ebbed and flowed with recessions and pandemics. If the chief needs resources, there's a way to address that as part of our normal budgetary process.
Yeah, I'm remembering back to the budget. I remember there was a overhead number in both fire and police had larger than other departments just in general. Okay.
I think a good metric to look at, and one for you to think about going forward as a council, is what's in your general plan. One is response times and one is clearance rates. So we don't have all the data for this year, but last year we met the metric. I'm unsure whether we'll meet that metric this calendar year, but you'll have an opportunity to evaluate that as part of your next budget process. I would imagine that if we don't, staffing will come up during that discussion.
Okay. Chief, it's my understanding that we also generally try to hire officers with a advanced degree or some college experience. Is that true? Or maybe you could elaborate on that?
We try to hire officers who are best suited for the position. Certainly officers that have had some life experience or have had college education strengthens their critical thinking skills and their ability to make sound judgments and reasoning. We're also very fortunate that the city of Pleasanton has a very generous tuition reimbursement program. And so even if officers don't come to Pleasanton with a college degree, many officers pursue an associate's, then a bachelor's, then a master's degree. And that adds value over the obviously the tenure of their time in Pleasanton.
That brings up another question, which is just officer retention. Are we a department that is churning officers, or do officers stay on the force of Pleasanton? I don't know the metric, numerous years.
There are departments that are go-to and come from departments. We are a go-to department. We attract quality officers, dispatchers, teammates of throughout the organization, and they generally stay.
Okay. I know also during the listening sessions, maybe a member of the public, because I think it was me, but we talked about officer mental health as well, right? So we have a crisis response, let's call it for public, non-officers, but maybe that's your early intervention system, but is there plans, or are there plans, or do you have support for officer mental health elements that might be there? And what I also mean by that, if you would like to elaborate, is, you know, doing a good job is support at home or support elsewhere, right? So that you don't bring those troubles to work. As an employer, I seem to know that a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that question about officer mental health and officer wellness. Regrettably, suicide is the leading cause of death in public safety in general, and including, of course, law enforcement. So we take the well-being of our team very seriously, and the council has made investments in training to have a very strong and well-trained peer support team. Those are members of our department selected by their peers to be that initial sounding board, if you would, as well as a therapist that we have available on retainer as well for officers that may need some support beyond their peer group. And so, you know, the concept of wellness is more than just mental wellness. It's physical wellness also, and there is certainly a nexus between physical well-being and mental well-being, and so we're looking for ways to strengthen that as well.
Okay. Councilmember Norm and Testa, Vice Mayor Testa, have mentioned about this, call it input method for citizen concerns or accommodations. I guess I'd like to, so I am an auditor and a CPA, so I'd like to confirm those are not lost. How do you verify if a concern or accommodation is not misplaced and it is fully investigated, promptly, timely, et cetera? How do we know we have a completeness assertion met?
The law requires police departments to have policies in place to address the tracking and retention of citizen complaints. We have, when a complaint comes in, it is given an appropriate number in our numerical sequencing system. It is then given to the division commander or watch commander, depending upon who's available. It is reviewed. It is assigned and investigated. So there's a multi-step process to ensure that the complaints that are received are accurately recorded, investigated, adjudicated, and that the person, that the complainant party has been notified of the outcome of their complaint.
So most people know that their checks are sequentially numbered. So I'm kind of, I'm interpreting what you just said as it's a sequentially numbered system in some regard. So who is at the end confirming the check sequence is complete and all accounted for? Is that you?
There are probably two different points where that occurs. The executive assistant in the chief's office maintains the filing system as well as a sequencing system, and the division commander for the division of the involved employee also has receives that complaint and makes sure that it's been sequenced accordingly.
Okay.
And an important nuance here too, you mentioned, but I'm not sure it stuck, is that the complaining party receives confirmation of disposition.
Oh, okay.
So
External confirmation.
and generally the outcome. So
Okay.
if somebody has a commendation or a complaint or a concern, they will get something from the city.
And they will actually receive it at two different junctures. When the complaint comes in, they receive a copy of their complaint and an acknowledgement that it has been received. And then upon completion of the investigation, when the findings have been determined, they receive a secondary letter with the findings.
I know we're in the question section, but that is comforting to know, I should mention. In the report, you mentioned that 74% of the arrests that were made were outside, were from those with an address outside of Pleasanton. And I noticed that there was a grouping of 20% from West Alameda County. I noticed the other cities nearby were specifically mentioned. So I'm going to assume that's over the hill west, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. My last two questions, and I'll throw them together. One, what can this city council do to continue to support the police and the community build trust? So what do you see? Because we've heard the public and we have our opinions, but what more can we do? And it doesn't sound like money and resources. It sounds like maybe there might be something else. And part two, I have noticed just since when this meeting has been noticed to now and continued, I should say, from the prior one, catalytic converter thefts are huge in our community. People are, I mean, it just seems like I see another one on next door every day. And is there a way that we can help inform residents that if you have a, don't quote me on this, a blue Honda Accord, it's going to be the targeted car versus a Lexus of something? You see what I'm trying to ask? This is becoming a major problem for our community. So how do we stop that?
Both very thoughtful questions. The catalytic converter is perplexing. It's a perplexing crime trend that is throughout the region, throughout the state, even throughout the nation. Some of the common, it started years ago with Toyota trucks, and then more recently it moved to Toyota Priuses, and now it's moved even beyond the Toyota line into other auto manufacturers as well. We have tried different outreach components to inform the community about the rise in catalytic converter theft and to recommend strategies to harden the target. Yet the crime continues. We are well aware, and we are working feverishly to end that scourge, but it is a perplexing challenge. So we will continue to do that and to work to notify the community about things they can do, like having a shield welded over their catalytic converter, having a cage. I've seen a cage welded over a catalytic converter. At the same time, the thieves are pretty resourceful.
And as I understand, it's a very quick process to acquire one underneath a vehicle.
Right. And, it used to be that it took a certain, like a pipe cutting wrench, but now with sawzalls that are battery powered and very portable and easy to use, the advent and the increase in
Let's not give people too many ideas.
battery technology. I don't have to give ideas because they're already well ahead of where I am here. But it is a continuing problem. And as I mentioned earlier in the prior example, there have been it's not just a property crime. There have been crimes of violence that have been associated to the theft of catalytic converters. And it's not, the cars that are being targeted are typically older model vehicles, not necessarily newer ones, because those don't seem to have the metals and so forth that the older vehicles do. So candidly, what is also difficult is that it's impacting typically members of our community who may be least able to afford that repair. And it's an expensive repair and may not have comprehensive insurance on their vehicle. It may be, scraping by with just liability. And so the impact is beyond just the crime. It's a personal impact that can really have present a financial hardship for those who are least able to absorb that.
Well, and again, I know we're in the questions, but I would hope that we're telling our community in some way how they can harden that target, or what, if you have a vehicle of these types, and be prepared, this is how we can prevent, because that crime people are aware of in our community, right? That is it's prevalent. And if I knew a solution today, but I'll take the opportunity. And then the second, which is
Right. Yeah, that second question, what can you as a council do to help support the police department? And I've talked with some of my colleagues, both locally and throughout the state. And the best thing that a governing body can do is to lead from the dais and to support the police department in word and in deed from the dais. Not just to, of course, to thank our officers and dispatchers and other support personnel for the difficult work they do day in and day out. Certainly to recognize that, there are 2,080 hours in employers, or in a general employee's year, right, for work. There are 8,760 hours a year when you multiply 24 times 365. And those are the number of hours that your public safety personnel, fire, police, and others are working day in and day out. And so the best thing that any elected body can do is to lead from the dais and with your support and out in the community as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Valerie, if there are questions left over, they're yours. I have a couple, so hopefully you didn't ask them all.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Not very many, all good questions already asked, and quite a few of them were my questions that I had too. So thank you for the presentation. Very, very well done. And thank you for talking about the SROs. Being a member of the City Liaison Committee along with Mayor Brown, that is a big discussion of ours. And I was going to ask that if Vice Mayor Testa did not ask that, but we have a lot of important decisions coming up with that. So thank you for addressing that. Just a few very, I think, quick questions. One of them, and I should probably know the answer to this, and I don't, but a conducted energy device versus a kinetic energy device, what is the difference?
I appreciate the question, because when I read that, I had to fact check myself.
Okay, don't feel so bad then.
A conducted, make sure I have the vernacular correct. So one is either a taser, which is an energized weapon, and the other would be a projectile fired from either like a soft baton or a what's known as an FN 303, which is a type of a tool used to fire a projectile from compressed air. So it's difference between an energized weapon system and a non-energized weapon system.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. That's helpful. The next question, so this kind of addresses what Councilmember Narum already asked a little bit on page 10 about different violations, officer personnel investigations, violations. Is there a way we can get the information? I know you touched on it, but I know there's a lot of tables included in our report, but on this, there aren't, based on prior years, just comparing. And I know Councilmember Narum asked trends, if we're decreasing, increasing on different types of policy violations or anything like that. Is that information we could get at a future time?
Are you looking for the specific policy violations that were investigated?
Yeah, because like it says in here from 2017 to 21. So that's over a 4-year time period. There were, probably just seeing it grouped out by year to see what trends are emerging. Maybe put it that way.
Yes, we can do that in the future. For
Okay.
sure. We can break it out.
I would like
We
to
can
see
break
that.
it up by year. That's
I would
not a
like to
problem
see
at all.
that. Thank you. And last question, this is also kind of a follow-up on procedure actions taken, addressing that same part of the report. One thing that I think, is what's always concerning to everybody is if there are officers, and hopefully this doesn't apply to any of our officers in our department, multiple violations. is that information, and of course, not identifying information that could come to the council.
If I understand the question correctly, if there are multiple policy or multiple investigations involving one officer, can that information come to council? Is that?
Just the information, not identifying information, but just alerting us to the fact that there is. I could preface my question on events that have happened in communities across the country where that was the case. City councils had no idea. That's what I'm getting at. It's kind of our, I think that the public expects
Sure.
us to know that, and we don't. So that's what I'm getting at.
I will research that
Okay.
and work with our city attorney's office for confirmation on what can and cannot be released. And we'll address that in the March report.
Okay, thank you. I think in terms of questions, I'm going to leave it at that. So thank you.
All right, right. Just because this is a question period, then we'll hear from the public and then we'll have comments. So this is not something we're voting on. It's something that we're providing feedback after questions. So Chief, you've been peppered a lot today, and if it's not warm in here for you, it is for me, but I do have just a couple questions. Under personnel investigation, you list 5 external and 3 internal investigations in 2020. As you hear discussions about outside review programs, who are the 5 external who performs those external investigations?
The majority of our investigations are performed internally by a sergeant within the police department or a person of a higher rank. So for example, if the complaint involved a sergeant, that complaint would be investigated by a lieutenant in most cases. So to answer your question, who conducts the investigation? Either our professional and standards sergeant or another sergeant in the organization.
Okay, I'm quoting from your slide for personnel investigations, and it quotes, this is 12 or 6, depending on how you look at it. And it states 5 external and 3 internal investigations. And I just wondered who's doing the external investigations. Is that the district attorney or?
So external, internal. An external investigation is generated by a community member who has a complaint about their interactions with an officer, as opposed to a complaint that is investigated externally. An internal complaint is an internally generated investigation by the department on our own personnel. So an external investigation, and that might be where I was where it's confusing, is that again it would be if Mr. Fiallo had a bad experience with a Pleasanton police officer as a member of the community, and Mr. Fiallo made a complaint. That's coming in from external, if he's not the city manager, of course. And so that's a distinction there, as opposed to being a complaint being investigated externally.
Yeah, what that's trying to explain is that there's 2 ways that complaints get generated. One is internally by your officers, or because they observe a violation of policy, and that's taken seriously and investigated by the supervisor, wherever that falls in the hierarchy. Conversely, members of the public can complain about an interaction with an officer, and that complaint comes externally into the police department for investigation. That's what that metric is trying to explain.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're generated either internally, externally, and then investigated. I think you were
Yes.
brief because it was PowerPoint. Okay, great. Thank you. When we look at firearm usage on the increase, and you also quote 74% of arrests are out of area addresses. Are you making an assumption? Is it fair to make an assumption that the firearm uses are also from out of area? Are people coming into Pleasanton with firearms? I know I've heard a few instances, but is that the general theme?
The answer to that is yes.
Thank you. And my last, I'm going to rephrase it as a question, but we are putting together a crisis response team, as you stated, with Dr. Penny from Access Community Health. Of the 5 cities here in the Tri-Valley, Dublin, Pleasanton, Danville, and Livermore, Danville's a town, they remind me. Do any of those other 5 cities, other than Pleasanton, have a crisis response team with a mental health professional associated with it?
I know that the cities of Livermore and Dublin are exploring programs of their own, and I've been in conversation with their respective police leadership to see if there's an opportunity for collaboration. But they have not yet started those programs.
So we're ahead of the curve on that.
I think we're ahead of the curve, but we're probably neck and neck.
Probably the leader, it sounds like. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. If you could stick around a little bit in case somebody from the public has a question and the council decides they would like to refer those questions to you. With that, we're going to open the public hearing. Jocelyn, do we have any speakers for this item?
Yes, we have 3 requests to speak. The first is Jill Buck, followed by John Bauer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to briefly give my support to the Pleasanton Police Department. I'm a proud graduate of the Citizens Police Academy. It was one of the first things I did when we moved here in 1999. And, you know, I read the report. The firearm discharge stat is pretty alarming. And so I actually went out on the city website and looked at the police blotter. And just since August 7th, so just in the last month, 101 people have been arrested, and only 21 of those were Pleasanton residents. And 36 of those people had warrants out for their arrest. So, you know, our police department is dealing with quite a lot. We're a safe city, but it's not on accident. It's because of the hard work of our police department. And I just wanted to voice my support for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
Our next speaker is John Bauer.
All right, welcome, Mr. Bauer.
Good evening. So first off, we'll start with a question. So what % of emergency calls were not responded to in the 4 minutes or less? And is it reasonable to expect a 100% response in 4 minutes or less for emergency calls? So for our family, it's been a long 3 years. Rose and I had our Zoom meeting with Chief Swing last week. The meeting was productive, candid, constructive, and looking to the future gave us both great hope. Hope that Chief Swing will take advantage of the opportunity to build the foundation which will prevent the type of tragedy our family experienced from being prevented in Pleasanton altogether, and could be a role model for other cities to cite, as Eugene's Cahoots program was cited by many. However, the past cannot be ignored. Checks and balances, that concept was brought up at the October 1st meeting. The PPD posted reports related to John Deming Jr., Shannon Steele, and Jacob on its website. If one reads all these reports, some very useful information surfaces regarding how the PPD investigates its policies and if any of its officers broke the law. In Jacob's case, Barrister Anthony Piddle solely reviewed all the information and, to quote, came to the conclusion, "I found all the actions of all officers to be justified and all force used was reasonable. Therefore, they are cleared of any crime in this case." The problem with Barrister Anthony Piddle's conclusion is there is no Barrister Anthony Piddle on the Pleasanton Police Force. Anthony Piddle, whose rank at the time was not even sergeant, came to this conclusion by himself. Anthony Piddle, a fellow officer and fellow union member of the 13 Pleasanton police who responded on August 1st, unilaterally cleared all officers of criminal wrongdoing. Not even the DA made such a bold and absolute statement. What expertise does Officer Piddle have which grants him the authority to clear his fellow union members of criminal wrongdoing? In a system of checks and balances, that decision is made by a jury. It comes as no surprise that in a very similar encounter, one which PPD enforced a citizen's arrest, that the team at that time was led by Sergeant Piddle, who attacked and tackled and handcuffed Ellen Williams without warning and dragged her out of her husband's hospital room. When she instinctively resisted, Officer Piddle stated she was now charged with resisting arrest. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
Our last speaker is Rashab Raj.
Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Absolutely. Welcome to our city council meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rashab Raj. I'd like to thank you all for the chance to speak tonight. I'd also like to briefly, before I start, echo and support all the points made by Mr. Bauer just now. While I believe that this biannual report to the council is a step in the right direction, I do not believe it goes far enough, especially in terms of being transparent about the use of force and personnel investigations. The report mentions that every internal investigation and complaint and incident involving the use of force requires a lengthy review process and many reports. But neither the public nor the media seem to have access to virtually any of these reports or their information. The only reports available to the public so far are those on the 3 instances of police brutality in Pleasanton, with those reports being released many, many years too late and being woefully inadequate. For instance, to add on to not only what Mr. Bauer just mentioned, the PPD's review in the case of Jacob Bauer found that the only violations of policy in the entire case were that several officers failed to prepare their tasers beforehand and that one officer failed to turn on his body camera in time. Furthermore, there are dozens of reports regarding non-lethal instances of use of force and other internal investigations that are not available to anyone right now. Simply put, the public has no way to verify whether the PPD's analysis of the use of force or investigations into its members are truly thorough and accurate. This report is also missing several key data points that Council Member Narum alluded to. The report says that if a personnel investigation is sustained, meaning that a policy was found to have been violated, the chief and city manager are supposed to work together to decide and implement the appropriate discipline. However, this report does not mention what types of discipline are used, how often they are used on officers, or the justifications for any type of discipline imposed. And given that policy violations reported internally by other PPD staff were sustained at a fairly high rate, I believe the number was 52 out of 79, which is roughly 66%, it is imperative that the public should be able to verify whether the PPD is appropriately disciplining their officers for violating policy or not. I believe that all of these reports on the use of force and internal investigations, as well as including these additional data points in future reports, would greatly serve the public interest. The PPD should also be proactive here and voluntarily release this information, rather than having the media or an individual citizen file a Public Records Act request to get this done instead. I'd also briefly mention that this report highlights how flawed our model of oversight is currently. Our city council is far too burdened to oversee an entire police department, and the alternatives we have right now are too biased and too weak to do anything effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. It's our last speaker. All right, I'll close the public hearing. We're coming back for comments to the chief or any questions that were asked that you want to pass along. Same order, Councilmember Narum, would you like to go first?
Sure. So, sorry, Chief. Just to follow up on that last speaker. And I think, I think Councilmember Arkin's question or request of just a table year by year on complaints and number of violations and, sustained and so forth would be helpful. I, like Councilmember Balch, I'm kind of a number geek, and that would be helpful to me. I just to see if things are, being managed. I mean, the goal here should always be 0. But I think based on, 50,000 plus contacts a year, the number of complaints is pretty darn low, even though I absolutely, we can always try to do better and should. But specifically to the last speaker, I'm a little, I thought I kind of was clear on what we could have and what we can't have. And I wonder if either you or perhaps the city attorney could comment as far as when a complaint or a violation is sustained, what information in terms of just discipline, not the officer's information, but just how, so that we know that when we have a problem or that, there's a consequence here. That's a very long-winded question. I apologize, but.
I have not released that information previously in my time as a police chief. And before I make promises or overtures that it will be released, I need to make sure that I am well versed on what's allowed to be released under the Police Officer Bill of Rights Act and other relevant statutes. So I will.
I can clarify perhaps some of that. So the disposition of specific complaints can only be released to the complainant, and that's just the summary disposition. So that's all that's released. And like I said, it's only to the complaining party. As far as other peace officer personnel records and investigations, that's a subject matter that's strictly governed by state law.
Okay.
We don't have flexibility under those provisions of state law. Like I said, there have been some recent changes that I mentioned previously under SB 1421, but absent those exceptions, it's a very detailed process
Narrow window or
to set forth on, even in criminal proceedings and in civil proceedings, how the defendants and litigants get those records. It's a statutory process that has to go through the court, even for those parties. So these records are highly protected and strictly governed by state law provisions.
Okay, so I keep hearing about the police officer's Bill of Rights. And I mean, I'm an employer. I've got employees that are not obviously law enforcement. And so it seems like, and probably rightfully so, the officers have some protections. Is it possible, does it make sense for us to get a copy of what those Bill of Rights are so that we have a better understanding of the rights? And
there's a summary, but those provisions are also incorporated into the police department's policies,
okay,
which are available to the public on the police department's website.
okay, so if I go on their page, I should be able to, for my own education, find that.
Right.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Councilmember Narum, but I think there's a distinction between what your city attorney just said, and I think versus what Councilmember Arkin maybe is requesting, which is, can we aggregate data in a general sense to demonstrate trends? And I think you heard your chief say that he will go back and figure out a way if he can illustrate that for you better year to year without attaching the case, the instance, or the officer, more the policy violations that occurred year over year.
Okay.
To determine trend.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that and would like to see that information if it's possible legally. I think that would be helpful for us year by year because, if I was doing it, the bottom line would be the number of contacts with the public over that year so that you see how low the actual number of complaints is relative to the touches that the police have with the public.
Yeah, and I think the difficulty that I think we're going to have as a community is the policy violations vary. They're not like Part 1 crimes where you have sort of broad headings of sexual assault, burglary, larceny, etc. Those are easily quantifiable policy violations range from
Didn't write the report correctly to,
exactly. It's not always use of force, right? Which is what the community is focused on for good reason.
right,
But our policy violations vary from the significant, infrequent to the more mundane yet important from an administrator's perspective.
right. And so that was kind of why I was asking the question early on about, do we somehow break them between or have a split between the minor and the major? To me, if somebody, accused an officer of, let's say, stealing evidence, that would be pretty darn major. But somebody forgot to, sign a report or, something with the report, likely would be maybe minor.
Yeah.
So I
think your command team understands what you're trying to get at in
All
an
right.
aggregate sort of way.
Okay. So then moving on, I have several comments that strike me. I want to reiterate, I think this was a great first start because, you're trying to figure out what 5 completely different people want. And I think, you've done a really quite a good job. I would ask the next time that it would be nice to have a summary, at least I think, of the training initiatives that the department is doing beyond the state requirements. I mean, for example, I think the training with the autistic community characteristics is important given our emphasis now with Sunflower Hill. And then the second thing I would like to see would be a summary of legislation that's either been approved, that's having an impact on how you do your job, or that you think is going to be approved, that's going to affect how you do your job. And I think it's important for us to have that understanding of what you're up against. We put a lot of effort here on legislation. I don't see our assistant city manager or deputy city manager who does a great job with that. But I think it would, it's somewhere where even maybe we can help in our lobbying for you. What really strikes me here is if I think about the last 18 months or so since the horrific incident happened in Minneapolis, I think as a community and as a department, there's been a lot of positive strides made. Just the fact that we're having this kind of conversation now and asking for information and reviewing it and asking questions and trying to understand, I think is a positive. But I'm excited to hear that your Citizens Advisory Board is kicking off. I know that was probably a larger undertaking in the interviewing than maybe what you had expected. I to be honest, I didn't think you'd have that kind of interest in it. Not that I'm complaining. I think that's a good thing. So I think, that's a huge step. The mental health program that we approved with Access and funded, I think will help with the whole situation here, the mental health. This crisis response team that we look forward to you bringing back. I'm anxious to see what the MOU for the SROs looks like. I think that's an important piece, that the roles and the expectations of the SROs are understood both by us as the city, as well as by the school district and the community, the teachers, all the different stakeholders that are involved in that. I could go on. I like the idea, and I hope that it will continue, of the crime prevention officer proactively reaching out to the different groups. Again, Sunflower Hill, the apartment community. There was a great Facebook post with the water guns leading up to the, I hope I'm not getting anybody in trouble, leading up to that event, which I thought, I was wondering if I could show up. I would like to also see, continued emphasis on building these relationships that I think you're working on. The bilingual officers, the reality is not everybody here speaks English. I was thrilled to see National Night Out come back. I think that's an important event for building trust and community relationship with the police. I'm hoping to see the cone with the cop. Particular emphasis with our youth. We haven't touched on it tonight, but the VIPS program, I was happy to see that they were out and helping with like the first day of school and all the traffic and things. And I'm assuming that that will continue. And as COVID goes, we'll bring it back. And another thing, it was a question I wanted to ask, but we run the Explorer program and the Youth Academy, which I assume we do to try to generate interest in a law enforcement career and build a rapport with the teenagers and things. But I'd like to see if there's a way to take it a step further on two accounts. One, not every youth wants to be a police officer, and not every youth should probably be a police officer. But yet, how do we go about building the relationships with those kids that don't aspire to be a police officer? And then the other part of that is that I find it very gratifying to see officers out in patrol cars that, my daughters went to school with, homegrown. They understand the community, and how do we promote that so that these kids, our youth, want to come back here and have their law enforcement career here versus somewhere else. And that's, I think, a little more long-term. I don't expect you to have an answer for that in 6 months, but it's certainly something you and I talked about as you joined the department. And I'm still really interested in that, I guess I would say. So I think with that, I will stop and just once again say thank you. And that I hope Nelson will be gone, but that I hope if there are things that, as a body here, we can do to help with what are, I think, very difficult jobs that somehow we hear about that, if it's the physical, the mental, the staffing, the technology, whatever. Because, one of the things I think our community really appreciates is they want to be safe. This is a safe place generally to live and to raise your family. And we don't want to lose sight of that. And with that, thank you. I will stop.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor Testa.
Would you mind if I went last?
I'd be happy to let you go last. Councilmember Balch.
Well, so I'll maybe summarize, for our public that is watching or maybe involved in this, to me, I took part as a community member in the October listening session and the one before. And I put forth what I believed, including the accountability by the council needing to do something more and be involved, because the council is directly elected by the people of this community. And as a result of that, accountable if you want to change it, how, with the power of the vote. So with that, I believe that what this council should continue to do, and what we should also do for our officers, is that have prepared them in any way that for any call they are dispatched to or arrive at, they are as prepared as they can be. They have all the equipment that they may need. They know how to properly use it proficiently. So similar to being able to type on a keyboard without looking at the keys. And that training equipment also comes with implicit bias training and race relation training, awareness, so that we can build the continued trust with our community. So it's equipment, and it's the equipment for the safety of the public and the officers. So all of that has to come together. But I also think it's important that we support our police force in a way, and I keep bringing up the mental health of our officers, because we need them to be grounded. Talk to my 13-year-old son about this, right? Present and grounded so that you can perform. And I think that's an important thing, that if an officer arrives and they're able to take a situational analysis and then be grounded so that they can make comprehensive decisions to the benefit of our community. I think that's key. And how do we do that? How do we keep instilling that? I am interested in anything that continues that way. I want to mention the 66% that one of the speakers mentioned, the sustained complaints or issues. To me, that's a false number because apparently people need to make false accusations to make that number go down. It would be less would be sustained. And so it's a misnomer, that numerical number to me. The reality is the 27, let's see, it's 17 public and 52 internal complaints. So, those were sustained. Those are over the 4 years, and approximately, I think there was 58,000 touches in 2020. So if you just take 4 years of that, that's over 200,000 touches that our police officers had with our community. So you're really talking approximately 70 sustained complaints over 200,000+ calls. At least I'm thinking I'm interpreting the data correctly, and I hope I am. I did go to the website before this meeting. I did download the use of force policy. I think it's 170 something pages. I'm trying to get through it, but was not able to fully. I'm happy to see that the website is transparent. I think it was an upgrade from the prior council, and I do think they've done a good job with it. The Chiefs Advisory Board, I'm happy to see that getting going. Crisis response program that we've talked about coming in January. I also noted in my package that came to me that there's been conversations with our youth commission back in, I believe it was May, about the SROs and what that would look like. And I think that's critical to be reaching out to them. And we have a body here that brings a broad school and public and private school groups together. So we can use them to help us here. And then I know that the prior council approved tasers and new body cameras, right? So we continue to invest in our police officers, and I'm happy to be doing that. And I think that we've got to continue with the transparency, introspection, so that we can continue to build that trust. So I'm saying in one regard, I'm very open to anyone in our public or our force that would like to give recommendations on how to continue to do that. Councilmember Narm mentioned a few of them. In one regard, I wanted to mention, I think what Councilmember Narm, or excuse me, Arkin was talking about with the information about the sustained violations or sustained complaints. My context of what I interpreted was if there was 13 sustained complaints a year, so 52 internal complaints without identifying officers, my hope would be something would be like 12 were issued warnings, 5 were verbal warnings, 6 were written warnings, but just the number per discipline that was taken with the sustained element. And it could be just retraining could be an element. So maybe that's a way we can get the data that we're trying to do, because I do think it is important for this council in its oversight role, which I've advocated for, that we can identify a trend if we see one early enough that we can work with our police force to address. So I appreciated the command staff and with the clarification by the city manager to look at that. But another way to do it from mine is you're just saying of the sustained complaints, the disciplinary action by just a number, right? Or how you ever want to group those actions. I don't know if we can even do that. But I will mention, I know our force has really looked internal on what they can do. I've just listed out all the things we're working on, and I really appreciate it. It is not the easiest job. We even have officers doing the homeless outreach program. So, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the comments to us on how we can continue to support the force. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Arkin.
Okay, I think I got this on. Thank you so much. Remove the mask. Thank you again. I'll try to be brief since I know this has gone on a while. I am glad the crisis response is the pilot program is going to be starting next year. So I'm very happy to see that, as we've talked in the city liaison and well, gosh, for the past year about the mental health situations and how to address those. That's something really important, and I'm glad to see that happening. The Chiefs Advisory Board, I'm glad that's been finalized. Glad to see the community interest. I think it's a great communication tool. I think the public needs to know it is not an oversight type of thing, and I believe people realize that, but I think it will be a great communication tool for you. So that I'm glad to see that happening. The SROs, like we've talked about, I'm glad to be a part of that, getting that hopefully coming to the school board and the city council and to our joint meeting as well at the end of this month, and hopefully get that an MOU finalized and make it such that we do what's best for the kids in our district and on our school campuses. So glad to see that going on. You know, I fully support our police. You have a very hard job. I respect the job you do. We are a policymaking body here, though, so I think the oversight role is important, as others have mentioned. The transparency, the accountability, that is in our purview. So I think also in light of some recent legal matters, we do need to do policy review, and I would ask that we bring this back at the next, if it's in March. I would like to see it even earlier than that if possible. Again, in light of recent legal matters, especially with use of force, use of tasers, and de-escalation. So those are things that I think we really need to focus on. Those are probably the most important ones to focus on first. But regular policy review, I think, is something that this body should engage in, and that is our responsibility. And I do think more discussion on the oversight role and responsibilities for the council is something we should do. I know Vice Mayor Testa alluded to that with exploring other ideas. I'm fully supportive of that. I was also in that meeting in October. I was a member of the public at the time, though, and I think a lot of us spoke there, whether we were up here or not. But there's a lot of community interest in that as well, and exploring what other ways we can look at the oversight piece as a council, and being transparent and being accountable. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that. But thank you very much again.
That's a good note. Did you want to go last?
I either way, don't mind.
Go right ahead.
There we go. Oh, getting to talk means getting to take off the mask. I found the report very interesting. Real quick question, though. How much of this is, I've always enjoyed reading the annual reports. Is this basically going to be translated into the annual report? Because I noticed that the 2020 report is not online yet.
You are correct. It's not online yet. And it's a conversation we had earlier today, looking to find out the current status through our vendor. This information here is not going to be in lieu of the annual report. That is still very much in production, and I don't want to provide a date because those dates have slipped so far. But it's on our priority task list. Also, the Policing in Pleasanton website has a critical incident button. You asked that question earlier, Vice Mayor. It's the policing.cityofpleasanton.ca.gov website with the critical incident button that takes you to the incidents you referenced earlier.
So you have to go to a different website. It's not, you can't arrive there by going on to our City of Pleasanton site or our PPD site. Because that's how I did. I found it by going, Googling Policing in Pleasanton. So it is an independent website and with no link to the other websites.
The other websites, I believe, link to that site.
Does it? I couldn't find it. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. So somebody can show me maybe tomorrow. Kurt's can show me now. Thank you, Kurt, because it's been making me crazy.
Vice Mayor Testa, it's a button on our police website on the City of Pleasanton. So if you scroll down to the bottom, it's right there. There's a picture of it, and you click on that. It takes you to the Police of Pleasanton website.
Okay, but then because I kind of knew that the policing, because I had been given, but how would really a member of the public understand? Because I had several people who came to me and said, well, they wanted information. I said, just go on there. Everything's there. I was bragging, right? And they came back to me and said, can't find it. It's not there. And so how, and these are people who are better than me with technology. So can we make that a little bit more obvious or user-friendly?
We will evaluate that as we look to redesign our website.
Thank you, Kurt.
And see how we can make that visible, or more visible.
All right, that's great. Thank you. Okay, so good stuff, good start. This report was, I'm always eager to learn more about the department, also a graduate of the Police Academy, Citizens Academy. And what this did, even with my 30 some years in this community, helped me to kind of connect the dots on some of the different program. And so I really appreciate it. It is not what I'm looking for when I'm looking for civilian independent oversight. So I would ask that we continue to look at how we can, I think everyone has shared the concern that our responsibility really is in knowing what this, if we're going to be the civilian oversight, that is, or the citizen, no, not citizen, civilian oversight, independent oversight, which I don't think we should be. I've said it before. I don't think that we should be. It's very clear that best practices says that civilian or independent oversight should not be a political body. This is a political body. This is a body who will make decisions based on endorsements or relationships or different things. There really should be truly independent oversight and oversight that has the law enforcement perspective and professional background to do justice to our department and our officers. I really don't feel that I'm qualified to do that. And so while I want there to be independent oversight, and I will certainly give it my best shot, we are not the ones that should be doing this. So I would ask again, and I'm going to ask my city attorney to give me in writing why what the Pleasanton or the Palo Alto website has on their website, why that's not legal in Pleasanton. And I would ask my fellow council members, this document that we were given was not what I intended for you to have. Somebody was very well intended printing out all that paper, but I would ask you to go on to that website and see, because there has been so much misunderstanding of what independent oversight might look like or an auditor might look like. It's very reasonable. It's very modestly priced, and please look at the examples of what they do, because they're not giving consequences when they do their review, but they are talking, they do review the cases, and it anyway, so excited about the upcoming crisis response program. That's going to be so wonderful for our community. It's going to be so supportive for our department. And since so many of the other pieces have been addressed, I'll just say ditto on so many of them. And I really appreciate what Council Member Arkin pulled out, in that we really do need to have those review of some policies that have come to our attention again. And so I would ask we're not doing a motion here, but I would like to have a motion or official direction, given that October 1st, a year ago, there was very clear dialogue about some things that haven't happened. I really would like to have articulated in the record that we will be having the discussion about role and responsibility of oversight. If not, I would really appreciate support in maybe revisiting a different level or different form of oversight after everyone has maybe looked at that website and the policies. So thanks. And that's all.
You know, I'm not that crazy about going last here because I have all these great points and you guys do such a good job. But I want to say that George Floyd wasn't murdered in Pleasanton. He was not murdered by a Pleasanton police officer. Our officers always rank extremely high when we do city surveys. I think we have a different kind of police department. And I feel very confident that you are a big part of the oversight along with our city manager. I want to especially thank you, Chief Swing, for meeting with John and Rose Bauer. I know that was difficult for everybody, but I appreciate you taking the time and the sincere, honest interest in what he had to say. And that's why he called and mentioned you specifically. So thank you. In 8 years of sitting on this council, almost 9 now, I've never had such a thorough presentation from a police chief ever. And you've cracked the book in new ways of data providing to Kathy, Councilmember Narum and I have sat together here almost the same length. And you've provided information that has never been provided in a format like this. You've opened up the vest, you've shared honestly. And I know that's difficult. I'm sure it's difficult for the officers that are at home watching this happen because they weren't a part of the George Floyd situation, but it has that response to everybody wearing a uniform and it's not fair. It's not fair. So I have great confidence that your chief advisory board will do great things. And I look forward to hearing some of the updates when you come back in your next report. I am so proud that Pleasanton has a crisis intervention team. And talking to the city manager, he was a little bit more definitive than you were that we are the leader in the 5 cities of the Tri-Valley. We are, thank you to Councilmember Testa. She's brought this issue up. Everybody, even when you're running for office or you've been like Councilmember Narum and I, hearing these issues and hearing students say we need mental health support and hearing fathers like Mr. Bauer say, I need mental health support. So this is groundbreaking. It's so important. And it's something that I know this council should be very proud of, but so should your department because you're making some changes that I'm sure you didn't learn about when you were going back to school to be an officer. And then I'm gonna close with, I know the city manager and this council and councils before have invested deeply in our police department. We do have, as you stated, a great program to help officers become more educated and bring more to the table. We have had crisis intervention training, and we'll continue to do that. As I looked at some of the data, I see less use of force. And I read articles about less use of force. And that's exactly the goal, to still achieve the goals of a safe community, but without using the force that endangers everybody. And I know, because I was a 2018 graduate of the Citizens Police Academy, that the officers made it really clear to me they don't want to use that. It's a last resort. And their preference is to let's talk about it, let's be calm, let's calm everything down, and let's work this out. So I have great respect for you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for also opening up some of the things that Councilmember Tester was talking about for some of the reports that hadn't been available to the public before. So that all happened under your leadership. So I thank you very much. This is a great first step. It is a tremendous, and I'm very proud to have this as a first step. So thank you very much for coming this evening. Because it's so late, I think that some of the requests for agenda item 17, which became agenda item 18 on the downtown specific plan, will not be able to be addressed tonight. And we will have to move it to the next city council meeting. So it seems that this is a trend. So somehow we're going to start earlier in the evening, although we had a meeting for almost an hour and a half before this. So with that, does anybody need a break? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we will be right back. Thank you. Welcome back to our Pleasanton City Council meeting this September 7th. We're on our last agenda item for the evening. That is PFAS treatment and well rehabilitation. Yeah, looks missing. Our finance director, Tina Olson, looks like you're our presenter.
I am I got Kat Yurchak over here, so we'll try to tag team it. We're hoping that Todd Yamelo's on the line as well. He's really the technical expertise on PFAS. But anyway, between us, we're hopefully going to cover all the questions and we'll get through this. So PFAS. So as you may recall, on June 15th, staff brought to City Council a presentation on the PFAS and Wells Rehabilitation Project. Went through it with you. You agreed that we should proceed with detailed design. And at that same time, you asked staff to come back with a funding plan. And so here we are with that funding plan. So this project timeline is the same timeline you would have seen in that June 15th. The design in CEQA is 2021, past year, going through 22, 23. In fall 2022 is when we're going to have to do our first procurement and construction contract. And then we're looking at the project completion in the winter of 2025. So the funding strategy, big picture. Our main strategy is to try to minimize the impact to the water rates. And to do that really is to minimize the use of debt, because we're going to have to put the debt service into the rates. And so those are intertwined. And you'll see as we go through how we're going to try to make that happen, while simultaneously ensuring we have funding available when the project needs it. So we don't want to delay the project. We want to keep going while accomplishing the goal of minimizing debt and minimizing the impact to the rates. So this table shows the funding framework by fiscal year. So this is the fiscal year in which the funds are required for the different phases. Those first 3 years, $3.3 million in water operating funds. That is the fully funded CEQA and design that you've already approved. Then we've got connection fee. I'm going to go through each of these in more detail, but then we have connection fees, funding part of it. And then the last big bucket is financing. If we have settlement proceeds and grants, it's sort of interchangeable in that third bucket of $31.4 million. So total operating fund allocations, like I said, we had 3.3 million's already been allocated, looking for $6 million to be allocated in fiscal year 23, 24, and 24, 25. 2 million of that's going to come from a project that we're proposing to cut the funding from 2.5 million to 2 million. It's the McLeod tank project, and we don't expect it to go to construction until fiscal year 2024, 25. So we feel like that's a safe one to defund in order to help fund the PFAS project. And then the other $4 million would be $2 million allocations each year in the next CIP process. And we're proposing that the PFAS project would be the highest priority with the water operating funds in the CIP process. So connection fees. So connection fees are the development impact fees, if you will, for water and sewer systems. We have not done a connection fee study since the 80s for either the water or sewer fees. So the current fees are literally the same if they have been since the 80s. We didn't even have a CPI attached to it. So just bear that in mind. Our goal is to update those fee studies, fees and do a fee study once we have master plans done for the water and sewer system. So we're hoping to have that in place by the end of 22, 23. In the meantime, we do have $4 million available in the water connection fee fund that we can allocate to the project. I'm proposing that we allocate a total of 5.3 million. I think it's quite likely that we won't have the full other 1.3 million by the time we need it through the end of the project. We'll most likely have to do an interfund loan to make that happen. Oh, and I just wanted to note, because we haven't done an update to that fee study since the 80s, we're using the logic from the 2018 development impact fee study that said you could allocate 17% to projects that benefit both future development and current users, the cost to the future development. So we're using that same logic absent a more recent study. Oops, what happened there?
Hey, we're gonna get done. That's all.
Yeah, we're gonna get done so fast you won't even know what happened to you. Okay, and then going into the grant funds. So there's a sure possibility of a Bureau of Reclamation Smart Water Program grant funds of about $1.5 million that we're going to apply for. That's the one program we know for sure where this project is an eligible cost. There's the federal infrastructure bond that also has water projects in it. And from what I've read recently, Pfas is mentioned as an eligible project. Of course, it hasn't been adopted and there are no details yet. So to be determined. Similarly, on the state level, we don't have any specific projects, but the state budget has money in for water projects. It's possible PFAS or well projects will qualify. We don't know yet. Our grant strategy is, and you approved a contract today with Townsend Associates. They will do research and write the grants as they see funding becoming eligible for these projects. The real issue is going to be timing. So it might be something where if we get a grant in advance of needing the funds, which is September of 2022, we'll reduce how much we need to issue bonds. If we get the grants after we've issued bonds, what I would propose is that we use the bond proceeds, some of the bond proceeds to pay debt service, and then we can adjust the water rates accordingly at that time. That keeps the project on schedule and minimizes the rates impacts. So litigation.
Tina, I think sorry to interrupt. I think a couple of slides got skipped over just before slide 10, specifically slide 7 through 9.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
You know what happened is I thought I had given a more recent update where I moved the
maybe it's
slides around. You have an older version. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because I did want to do the loan, the debt and the loan at the end, but I'll go over it right now. So in terms of debt financing, we hired PFM, it's the city's financial advisor, to look at what are all the financing options. There's different federal and state programs as well as a revenue bond. They basically said there are two that I would pursue given how quickly you're going to need the funds. Some of those federal programs can take a really long time before you're going to find out. So the first one is the one that's our preferred option is the state revolving fund loan program. It's got a great interest rate, 1.8% as the current interest rate. That would be $7.7 million less than if in total debt service over the life of the bond than if we issued revenue bonds. So obviously it's very attractive from that perspective. That's the big pro. On the con side, we would have to do additional environmental review, including looking at all the alternatives like Zone 7. And the state agency would have to review and approve all the conclusions from that study. And our concern with that is that it could delay the project start, those back and forths with the state. And the reason why we're concerned about that is the state Department of Drinking Water hasn't yet established the minimum contaminant levels for PFAS. And so it's possible that as delays happen, the state comes out with those minimum PFAS contaminant levels. And now could be in a position of having to shut down wells. And if that happens, then we're going to have to turn around and buy water from Zone 7, which on the slide there would be about $6 million annually. And that would wash out any of that interest rate advantage. So we're trying to keep our our eye on the timing and how when you go through a state process, things can get dragged out, and then it kind of pushes us into a position that we don't necessarily want to be in. The revenue bond, the pro is, of course, we would control the timing. It's significantly faster. It's about 3 to 4 months for us to issue bonds. We wouldn't have additional environmental review. No state agency review is required. We could refund the bonds. I did want to note with the current interest rate at 3.2%, but as you know from the LAVA bonds, they're callable, and they're typically callable at 10 and 20 years. And if the interest rates are better, and they usually are just because you shorten the term, that interest rate assumes we're not refunding. So that's 3.2%, but I think, and based on my experience, you can refund. So I just wanted to kind of keep that in people's mind. But with that 3.2%, the debt service is the 7.7 million more than the SRF loan. And of course, we had our rate consultants run the debt service through the water rate model to give us a sense of what the rate impact would be from that debt service. And the SRF loan, this is an average bi-monthly average water bill, it would be $9.50. It's about an 18% increase. And then the revenue bond would be $11.60 average increase by monthly bill. And that would be a 22% rate increase. So that's why we're leaning towards the SRF loan. And then grant funds, that was what I went through already. Sorry about that. Okay, settlement proceeds. So I think, as you know, we've joined in litigation to try to recover some of the costs, hopefully all the costs, but probably more realistically, some of the costs associated with mitigating the Pfas from the companies that are suspected to have released it into the groundwater. And there's a lot of uncertainty around that. There's 500 plus lawsuits, multiple jurisdictions, consolidated in the U.S. District Court in South Carolina. It's unclear when the litigation is going to get resolved, and it's unclear how much we would get. So there's a lot of uncertainty around this one. My proposal here is similar to the grants, is if we prevail and it's before we issue bonds, we're just going to reduce how much bonds we'd issue or loans that we would take out. And if we get it afterwards, I'd use the settlement proceeds to make debt service and then to reduce the water rates in that year. So I know this came up at the June 15th meeting about, what is the alternative to doing this PFAS project? And the alternative is to buy water from Zone 7. Just looking at the current water rates for Zone 7, it would be about a 42% rate increase, and that compares to up to 22%. That's the high one with the revenue bonds. So it's a lot more expensive. And there's annual rate increases from Zone 7. When you issue bonds, you have stable rates and then hopefully reduced rates associated with reducing debt service if you refund them. And there's also some uncertainty whether Zone 7 would be able to increase the water supply long-term. Staff has only spoken to them about providing water in the short term in the event that we have to shut down all the wells. But nothing about a long-term strategy. So that's a big unknown. So we're not proposing to go that path. And other rate considerations, I know that Mayor Brown and Councilmember Narum are very acutely aware. We started a process to update the water and sewer rates a couple of years ago. We hit the pause button with the pandemic, and then we further hit the pause button when we realized that the PFAS project was going to be expensive and that we were going to have to incorporate it into the rates. So once we're done with this process this evening, we're going to restart the rate review process. I just wanted to have some of these on everyone's radar screens, in addition to PFAS, that we do have increased labor costs, wages and pension. And there's going to also be operating costs associated with operating the new wells. And so we're going to have to include those into the rate structure. The major maintenance capital requirements, particularly what's going to come out of that water master plan, is going to have to get incorporated into the rates at some point. Drought-related revenue impacts gonna have to be analyzed. So just wanted to keep that there. The rate consideration I have at the bottom is, we're going to have to model an interest rate for the bonds in advance of issuing the bonds because we need to get the rates done. And so I'm proposing that we would model a 4% interest rate. It's more conservative. And that if the rates are less than that, every year that we adjust the water rates, we can adjust them downwards. You just can't go above what council had set. So we would adjust them downward, consistent with what the savings on the debt service was for less than 4%. But we think 4% is just being a bit more conservative because interest rates could be going up in the next year. So to go through the strategy, and I have that timing is everything. I think I went through why timing is everything. But we do want to take advantage of that SRF loan. So we're proposing that after this evening, we will begin the process with the state to submit an application for the SRF loan. If we, by May 2022, we just don't have any indication that this is moving, that we would change gears and we would start a process to issue the revenue bonds. We're going to restart the rate review process. The goal is to bring rates to the council by spring of 2022. As I said earlier, use the grant and or settlement proceeds if we get it in advance of issuing bonds to reduce the debt principal. If we receive it afterwards, if it's a grant, we would use the bond proceeds, bond proceeds to pay debt service, and then we'd adjust the water rates accordingly. And then if it's a settlement proceeds, we'll just use the settlement proceeds to make debt service, and we'd adjust down the water rates accordingly. And that way we can keep everything on track. And that concludes my presentation.
And I have to admit, your changing slides threw me off too.
I'm sorry. I know.
I look pretty similar. Blue. Light,
I don't
dark
know.
blue.
I don't know how that got in, an older version got in, but it did.
All
Sorry
right.
about that.
So let's start this direction. Councilmember Balch, any questions for staff?
You broke it. You broke it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Bart. Sounds good. Technical difficulties. We didn't see Todd Yamela, so I guess he wasn't able to log on. Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, Todd.
Todd, are you out there?
All right. Well, why don't I go to my partner in crime here on the on the subcommittee water liaison group, Councilmember Narum.
Okay, just a couple questions. And I don't think the mayor and I have asked this in the past, and maybe assumption, but when we're looking at debt and the impact on rates and things, have we assessed that the need to do, there's good reason to do the well rehabilitation at the same time as we create the PFAS treatment facility? In other words, is the sum
You have to do
cheaper?
both.
Yeah, if you do them both together versus if you were to stagger.
And there he
Todd.
is. Todd,
Good evening, Todd.
you're gonna have to answer that one.
And I apologize, Todd, we have talked about this, but it was just something that reading this came
Yes.
out.
Yeah, you would want to do them together because a lot of the PFAS equipment requires replacement of pumps and electrical gear. So you would want to kind of do that all at once for cost savings.
Okay.
To do it again later.
All right. And then stay with me, Todd. Will this financing plan allow for purchase of the vessels? The mayor and I have, I think, repeatedly talked about, purchasing ahead of time the long lead time items, which are the vessels. And does what's being proposed here fit the timeline to be able to purchase those ahead of time to meet the construction timing that we have been talking about?
Well, it's all dependent on the SRF approval, which is why I think Tina has that slide that says, around May of 2022 was, we would need to know that we have that ability to do that. Because, shortly after that's when we would be looking to purchase the vessels. So if there's any holdup with the SRF, that would be the time frame we would need to know.
Okay,
Yeah, I think September 2022 is when you were gonna purchase the vessels.
where we
if I
need the
remember correctly.
funding to get
Yeah.
those,
Mhm.
that, the mayor and I talked about wanting to
Yeah, that's the month.
redo. And my last question is, you didn't comment on this, but did you evaluate borrowing at least a piece of the funding for this, from ourselves? And
Yes, I did. The fund that we really have a surplus in that I would feel comfortable borrowing from is the low income housing fund. Since I've been here, there's been between 10 and $15 million in that fund. The other funds, the general fund reserve, I know you had mentioned that, and I didn't tell you at that time, but a lot of that general fund reserve is actually invested with the PARS Section 115 pension trust fund. So I don't want to liquidate that. And there isn't really another big pot of money that, yeah. And I'm candidly, I would be uncomfortable doing a 30-year interfund loan. I'd want to do something shorter, and then that debt service is going to hit the rates earlier. So I'm not sure from a rate perspective, an interfund loan
really makes
is more
sense.
advantageous.
While we have north of 10 million in the affordable housing fund going into a housing element process, we just did not
Yeah,
think that
not-
was
No,
a good approach.
it's creative, Tina. I'll give you that, but
Yeah. I mean, I just, one of those, like, it's always there. So I'm like, well, we
It
could
won't
use
always
that.
be there. It
Yeah.
won't always be there.
But I did think, we didn't run the rates model, but I thought, but I'd have, I would want it to be probably a 10-year or less interfund loan. And that's just going to have to go into the rates. And that means the rates are going to be a lot higher in those 10 years.
okay, thank you. That's it.
Right. Are you all settled over there now?
I think so. Oh,
It was weird.
There
It
you
worked,
go.
it worked before the break.
Yeah.
not, apologize, and thank you very much. Yes, a couple of quick questions, if I may, Tina. So, because we just did the LAVMA bonds and we know the cost to issue bonds. So when we're talking about the financing plan, you're talking about both the net proceeds, but also the issuance costs when you're comparing for the rates, right? So that,
Those are all in. Yeah.
okay, so that we'll have both of those factored into that. And between issuing bonds on versus using the state's revolving fund, is there a higher cost associated with that? Because we don't have to go issue the bonds in the same way? Does it cost the same amount?
It would be less expensive issuance costs with the state than with the city. Issuance costs are, anywhere between 1% and 3%, sort of depending on the size of the bond. There would be some issuance costs that we'd have to pay with the state, but it wouldn't be as much as the city. But those costs are all included in the comparison that I gave you. So it's an apples to apples in terms of including issuance costs.
Okay. And then when you were saying for the rate study, you were saying you were proposing to use a 4% interest rate, right?
Uh-huh.
That would ultimately be determined once we actually do issue the bonds.
Yes.
So truly a projection into next year or May or sometime early, mid next year, I would assume probably, right? By the time we got it all done. And I'm asking just poignantly, you think 4% is sufficient? Because if we're not able to go higher and we did experience interest rate risk at 4.5 or 5%,
yeah,
you have the ability to go lower is what I've heard. Is that correct?
Yes. So we could go lower. I thought 4, given the current interest rates, seemed conservative enough in the olden days.
Right.
We would definitely do between 5 and 6. But it just, the interest rates are so low that I felt a little bit uncomfortable going too much higher, but I would welcome to go higher because that is safer, So if you felt like that, I wouldn't disagree.
Okay, and then maybe for Todd, I did go back and look at the prior presentation for the scope of the project. Two quick things that came up that I wanted to ask. I think Tina just mentioned that we're going to be factoring in the operational costs of the new wells, but we're currently operating a couple of those wells. So it just caught me that I would have expected new pumps are more efficient than old pumps. Is that incorrect or not true? Or I guess we have one shut down, so theoretically we are running another one. So there's going to be an increased operational cost. You know what I'm
I
asking?
think Todd, if you can explain what the increased operational costs are for.
Yeah, the primarily the increased cost is going to be due to the PFAS media. That's something that we don't have right now, so you have to replace that media. So there's an annual cost with that. Other costs, there's going to be plus or minuses. You know, we're pumping further, but pumps are efficiency. But the primary cost will be related to the PFAS media.
Yeah. Okay. And then a quick other question: the vessels themselves, are we proposing to have a structure to keep those in, or are those going to be exposed? And do we know what Zone 7 is doing similarly with their treatment plant? I don't know if we're a little ahead of them, I understand, but.
Yeah, we are proposing to have the vessels outdoors with no structure at our courtyard. Zone 7, the last I've seen, and this could change, was proposing a building for their facilities, but I think that is maybe up for debate as well. You do not need to have the vessels in a building for treatment purposes. They're for aesthetic purposes.
Oh, no. Aesthetics, okay, thank you. And then because I feel like it's imperative to ask, so this is for approximately 20% of our water we self-generate, and then approximately 80% of our water comes from Zone 7. So we're looking at our rate structure here internally with us, but presumably Zone 7 will have a pass-through cost for their filtration or PFAS mitigation in the future as well, correct?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And
okay.
that will affect the rates.
Yeah, and I know that, it's a different group that it's passed over, and I'm not, obviously familiar with their structure as much, but okay. Okay, I think that's it for my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember Arkin. Those two are trouble over there.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I don't think I have any questions on the actual funding plan. I think it's pretty straightforward, and I understand it all, and I don't agree with what the recommendation is. I do have a question though, and perhaps Todd can answer this one as well. And I've gotten some community input on this of looking at the sheer high cost of this endeavor of ours, and people in the public being a little concerned about that and wondering, is there a guarantee that this is going to work? And I mean, of really getting rid of the PFAS contamination. And if it doesn't work, is there any remedy for us? I mean, is there anything we can recoup if for some reason it doesn't work? Because it's a huge investment, huge amount of taxpayer dollars. And I have gotten that from the public that, is there a percentage, for instance, that 80% chance this is going to work or anything like that? Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah. So the treatment media that we're using is commonly used to remove lots of different contaminants, and it's done successfully. There is projects out there that are using this same material to remove PFAS already, a lot of federal sites, remediation sites. So I don't think there's a lot of risk in the media being able to remove it. I think where there is risk is the cost to do it annually. We've tried to do testing on our water to see how quickly you basically go through the material and have to replace it to remove the contaminants. And that's where we focused our efforts. So I'm fairly confident that there's industry proof out there that it will remove contaminants. It's just going to become, how expensive is it for us at our site to the levels that ultimately are determined by the state, that are needed to get down to. And I think there's some variability there, but we've tried to test that with actual field testing during our preliminary design, and we're going to continue to do that through the final design.
We're confident the field testing is testing in the right areas, and fairly confident. I mean, what would you equate that to mean, fairly confident?
She's looking for like a confidence interval, like
I'm looking
95%
for a percent.
confident.
I know it's hard to ascertain, but I understand some people wondering, we're going to spend $40 million on this, and, is it going to work? And if it doesn't, then what do we do? Yeah. Or what is our recourse? I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you
I mean,
elaborate
the treatment media, and it will remove PFAS. It definitely will. I mean, we've seen it at a small scale do it with our water. Like I said, it's just how quickly, just like your refrigerator, how quickly does the media become expended and you have to replace it? That's really where the risk is more in that. But this is a common used media technology, and I mean, it's currently being used out there to remove PFAS. So I mean, I don't know how to put a number to it, but I'm fairly confident that the technology will remove it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think he's 100% confident in much. I think he's being very wise to be careful in his guarantees.
I want to sort of throw Todd a life preserver, because it's an important concept that we've talked about internally, and that is our operations will change. We are going to be in the water treatment business more extensively than we are today, and there's an operating cost associated with that. So that's the point he's trying to make, and we haven't quite quantified what that is long term on the rate base. The calculation that Tina's shared with you today is to construct the capital, not to fund the operating costs. Will it take 3 more people? Will it be a 24-hour operation? How often will the media have to be replaced? And we're not there yet in terms of giving you what those operating impacts are.
And if I could just add, as sitting on the committee, and I think Todd's maybe a little shy, but we have gone through what I consider very classic engineering steps in scaling up to figure out how many, so that he's been able to figure out, along with Corolla, how many vessels, what's the contact time, et cetera. And I would just add that granulated activated carbon technology has been around, I hate to say it, when I was in engineering school. This isn't a new, unproven technology. It's used for many, many things. And the real question is, how much contact time? Think about a sponge. How much contact time does the water have to have with the media? And making sure that your vessels are big enough, or you have enough, you provide for that contact time. And to me, the big unknown is what's that MCL? What's the maximum that we're going to have to, that the water can have the PFAS before you have to stop and replenish the media? And I think that's really almost more the risk. The technology has been around. It's just, and he's been very thoughtful with Corolla Engineer and Steve Kirkpatrick in scaling this up. And I think the mayor can attest that we've had discussions even down to the level of how we pipe from well 5 and 6, and how many elbows and bends, and different ways we can do it to try to be as successful as we can. So, but I think the bigger unknown is just making sure that we can be down below whatever the MCL is, and then ultimately the cost of that operationally.
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks for your extra information, Councilmember Testa.
Okay, I don't have much question. I think that it's a huge amount of money. It is really concerning that we're going to hit our ratepayers with such big increases on top of what they'll get hit with Zone 7. But it's absolutely something that has to be done. And I think you've done a good job of cobbling together what the different sources could be. I do hope that we're able to come up with more grant dollars, because I keep hearing that for PFAS, there's supposed to be a bunch of money out there.
Yep.
And
We all keep hearing that.
you keep hearing that too, huh? So we'll just keep our fingers crossed. So, but what I don't have a lot of faith in is I do remember our conversation about the settlement, and that when and if that's going to be a long time out there. So I think it's less optimistic that we'll see much of that in a timely manner. And the only other, well, why has it been so long since we've done the fee mitigation? When we did the 2018, this
Yeah,
one was not.
We had included that actually in the scope of work initially for the 2018 to include the connection fees, and the water and sewer folks, the OSD, wanted to do these master plans because the master plan would say what the infrastructure needs are for future development, and then there would be cost estimates associated with it, and they just haven't completed those yet.
Just didn't get done because
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
And, definitely because we are going to start ramping up construction, and we want to have that in place to capture. So, and of course, our state legislature is trying to prevent us from adding mitigation fees. So, and with our affordable housing, you don't get very much in mitigation anyway. So anyway, but hey, good job. I think you've really done a great job with something that is so Herculean here, so vast and so important. So thanks.
You're welcome.
So
Can you drop the price though? 46 million is a heck of a lot of money. All right.
not in
So
charge
I
of
had great points, everyone. I did meet with the EPA, and so did Kathleen Yurachek and Daniel Rapp. And we came out with our hands out looking for that billions of dollars. And I know this is question period, but we are searching for funds, and we're using Townsend and Associates to help us. But I did have a question from a resident that said, how do we know, Todd, maybe you've got insight, or Kathleen, that the PFAS numbers will be so low? I mean, we hear rumors, but what if the PFAS MCL, maximum contamination limit, is 100? And we're going a long way down the road to try to fund something that maybe the state Department of Drinking Water will say you're perfectly safe at 100 MCL, parts per trillion, PFAS.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we've been monitoring the state's progress towards the MCL, and it actually started higher than where it was. It was 70 was the response level, and that's dropped to 40 now. So, what we're seeing is that the state is going to fall in line there. There hasn't been any indication that it's going to increase significantly from where it's currently at. And it's also connected to the public health goals as well. And I know you've received some information on that as well. So, we're doing our due diligence and following the progress of the state setting the MCL. And we don't see any indication that it's going to be really much higher than what they're currently set at.
Not going to be much higher, so it'll probably be lower. All right.
If anything, it would be in in the range that it's at right now,
Mhm.
but I wouldn't say significantly higher and I wouldn't say significantly lower also.
Well, our residents deserve safe, clean water. Absolutely. And I know that's your goal as well. When we're looking, before you sit down, Kathleen, um, well, 8 is our high spiking in numbers, and we shut it down as soon as we test it out of notification range. And it's been sitting there this entire time, but it is right next to the operations center. Is it possible that well could come online first? Because the plan, as we all approved it, was to bring all of the wells to a central site at the Operations Services Center outdoors, and then process all the water at one single site. But is it possible to do well 8 first and then bring the other 2 wells over later so that or sooner than 2025? It just sounds so far away.
Oh, for the treatment itself?
For the treatment itself,
Yeah.
to provide clean water. Mhm.
So, no, and I'll say that in the sense that we need to construct the treatment facility itself first and also do some upgrades and some rehabilitation to well 8 as well. And if you recall too, our operations do require 2 of 3 wells to be operating at the same time. Rarely do we use 1 well, and we always like to have that redundancy. So if something were to happen with well 8, and we didn't have well 5 and 6 online, we don't have any redundancy to be able to pull groundwater for our distribution. So the thought is that we really need to have the centralized treatment facility constructed in coordination with doing the 3 wells. So we have the available water that's needed. And as you know, we're in drought now. And so having that resource, I think, is really important for us. And so we wouldn't be able to do one really without the other.
Okay, so we couldn't leave 5 or 6 running now and add that purification for 8. Okay. All right, sounds good. And last question, maybe this is a Tina question, either one of you. When we look at adding approximately $10 to the water bill, would that fall under the fixed costs or the variable costs? Because we have the variable costs from Zone 7's water, and then we have the Pleasanton cost. So if somebody's seeing a bill, when you say it's about $10, does that depend on the water usage?
Yes. It's not in the fixed rates. No, it's variable. It'll be a city variable rate. Yeah.
So per water unit.
Right.
Even though I know that's a certain number of gallons. Okay.
Yeah.
Terrific. And thank goodness for low interest rates, right? Thank goodness. I
about
mean,
that,
it's still
yeah.
scary, the amount. Thank you. All questions done for now? Okay. I'll open the public hearing. All right. I'd like to open the public hearing. Do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Yes, we have 2 speakers. The first is Rishab Raj, followed by Jill Buck.
We have a 3-time speaker today.
Actually, it looks like Rishab is no longer in the room, so Jill Buck.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going for a hat trick tonight, so I'm not a groupie, I swear. But I'll keep it brief. I am so proud of this council and staff for your sense of urgency on this issue and the way that everyone has been keeping the pedal to the metal on this. A couple, 3 weeks ago, I played hooky for a couple of days, and I went to take pictures up at the headwaters of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Water Project. And it's drier than it was when I was taking pictures in 2014 and 2015 at Lake Oroville. And that's where our water comes from. Everybody think it's from the Delta, but it originates in Lake Oroville. And they've had to shut down the hydroelectric plant there for the first time in its history. So it's incredibly low, and it's going to take multiple wet years for Lake Oroville to recover. And they're already predicting that next year will be a dry year. So that means we're going to be really, really dependent on our groundwater. And, Zone 7, about 70% of their water comes from the State Water Project. So the ability to buy more from Zone 7 may or may not be possible. And so I just want to lend my support to the staff recommendations, and again, say thank you to this council and staff for your sense of urgency and keeping progress moving forward on this. Thank you.
Right, and thank you for staying up with us here at almost 11 o'clock. And so that's our last speaker.
We actually do have someone who has raised their hand but did not submit a speaker card. Would you like to hear them on this item?
Let's hear them
Okay.
and then be prepared if there's a problem.
Linda Kelly.
Oh, of course. We know Linda Kelly.
Yes, I have just a quick question in saying.
Linda, could you get close to your microphone? We're having a real hard time hearing you, but welcome.
Thank you. I just would like a clarification on the $10. Is that per unit or per bi-monthly bill on the increase?
Answer it.
Good question. Yes, please answer.
It's per bi-monthly bill.
So
It's
$5
the
a
average, it's
month.
the average bill.
Yeah.
Bi-monthly, that would be the average increase.
And my,
So average bill's it will increase $5 a month or $10 per billing period.
okay. My comment to that is, phew. Thank you.
I know. I was expecting more too. I'm pleasantly surprised, but if you're a big water user, it might get kind of expensive. So, all right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. I normally go back to members of liaison committees that this is involved with, and that is you, Councilmember Narum. What do you see, and would you like to make a motion?
Thank you. I would. Let me just get this. I am going to move that we approve the funding plan as proposed and the strategy that's outlined to pursue the state loan and with the off-ramp. I'm sorry?
No, all good.
The off-ramp to then move to the bonds if we're hung up and it looks like it's going to delay implementation of the plan. And I would like to make a couple of comments if you don't mind.
Please. I
continue to have a hard time thinking of swallowing or asking residents, including us, to swallow, $32 million of debt in the worst case. However, I think having reliable, clean, safe, potable water that we control is absolutely critical. And that's why I'm going to go ahead and support this. I appreciate that. I really think staff has explored a variety of financing options. And as I think somebody said, cobbling it together to try to minimize the amount of debt. But the bottom line is that this is going to ensure operational reliability of our wells, something that I think we're at risk with, maybe one for sure, if not two, as well as clean up the water. And so I don't like raising rates. I don't think any of us do, but frankly, to have that reliable source of clean water for, $5 a month on average, $10 per bill is actually less cost than what I thought to construct this project would be. And so that's the reason for my support and willingness to make the motion. And with that, I'm hoping somebody will second it.
All right. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Testa.
Yeah, I'd of course be happy to second that, and absolutely having safe drinking water. This can't happen too soon, and we just don't have a choice. It wasn't a situation that we created, but we have to take care of it. So I absolutely support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Arkin.
Thank you. Yes, I would say the same thing. Safe drinking water is important, and the health and safety of our residents is of utmost importance. So I think it is something we have to do. It is a high price tag. Hence the reason I was pushing Todd for that percentage of whether this is going to work or not. But I do see it as something we don't really have a choice in doing. And the funding plan, the strategy going forward with how to pay for it seems, very straightforward to me. Of course, any settlement proceeds, whenever that may or may not happen, put towards this would be the right thing to do. I never kind of take lightly incurring debt service. But I think, again, we have to, and I think this strategy outlined is a good one. I think that's about it. I won't say any more. And I think we should be very aggressive on the looking for the grants. I hope we will be very aggressive with that because there could be funding available with that. So with that, yes, I'm fully supportive of it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Balch.
Citizen, we're just waiting on the work order. So yes, I'll mention that spending $46 million should not be taken lightly, and I do not take it lightly. I really do appreciate staff taking the time, though, to look at the options between buying more water from Zone 7 or treating our own water. That analysis that's presented here today really is helpful to me because and then also translating that to rates for our ratepayers, because I think all of that information on the prior report, we just needed it to complete the picture, in my opinion, and be able to support it. I also want to mention to people watching, this is upgrading our wells as well as the PFAS treatment. And that's really important because they are in need of the upgrades as well. Boy, well is the key word of the night, apparently. But looking into the analysis to the ratepayers, having them understand that is really, I think, was critical, and I appreciate us doing that. And it also shows that maintaining and treating our well system is fiduciarily the cheaper way to go than buying water from Zone 7 based on this analysis. That being said, I do think we need to continue to look for synergies with where we can partner with Zone 7 to maybe try to see if there is any opportunities there to reduce costs for either of us and our supply. And the grants, as mentioned. I'll just close that interest rate risk is real, that the rates could be greater than the 4% that Tina has done. And I would be willing to let them go higher if they so saw as they got closer to the rate study, because I think that's the thing. We're here today and you're saying 4%, but when you begin your water rate study in a few months, interest rates may change and may be prudent to go a little higher. So at least I want to implement or say that would be fine. And then, I'm not sure that these bonds will be refinanced at 10 or 20 years based on the low interest rates today. But if the term does decrease and it lets the rate decrease, maybe there's an opportunity. But I'm not really counting on that being possibly played out with where we just see interest rates overall right now. I mean, we're at pretty low interest rates. So I think our residents are doing that. So to me, it feels like it's the plan that has the best interest to maintain, fairly reasonable rates for clean drinking water. So I am here to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And as well, so well stated, safe, clean drinking water, there really is no other decision. And we did not contaminate this water. And now we have to, as you stated, Vice Mayor Testa. Now it's our job to provide clean, safe water. And I'm going to, just for a point of emphasis, water rates, if we buy all the water from Zone 7, which actually Councilmember Narum and I looked at earlier, why don't we get out of the water business and just buy it all from Zone 7? It would increase the average person's water rate by 42%. Instead of 22% if we do the debt service. And the debt service won't just be interest, it will be paying off the principal at the same time. So just a minute, Mr. Noisy there, thanks. So it really gives us very few choices, and this is by far the best. We've talked so many options, but I'm going to go back to revisit my previous comment that we don't physically go to Washington, D.C. right now to talk to our state, our senators, our congressmen right now. We're doing everything on Zoom. And so when Director Yurachek and I, and as I said, Manager Daniel Rep had a chance to talk to the EPA, we thought we had a meeting with 3 people, and it was 10 to 11 EPA representatives came. This is their focus on how to cure PFAS, not just in just California and Pleasanton, but throughout the United States. And they are putting billions of dollars behind it. They talked about 68 million coming every year for 5 years to California. And of course, 68 million for the entire state per year was not the number that I was hoping to hear, but we are going to be aggressive. We have hired a firm to help us obtain some funds, and we want the grant funds. They kept talking about loans and we kept going, but what about grant funds, which are not need to be repaid? So they're actual funding that would help us offset this tremendous cost to our community. But thanks to your very careful and finance acumen, these are reasonable numbers. So thank you. Thank you, Todd. You've done an incredible job. You are just like a careful scientist until that actually comes out from the other end, guaranteed. Then you won't be able to tell Councilmember Arkin, it's guaranteed until we get that parts per trillion measurement device on it. So thanks for all the hard work, staff. And we have a motion that's been made and seconded. So we'll take a vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Thanks for everyone's support for clean drinking water. All right, so we are on to our matters initiated by council, and I'm really glad that we let that one agenda item go to the next meeting. But matters initiated by council, anyone?
I have a small one.
Okay.
My own. Wait, yeah, there. I would like to request, I've made it informally a few times, but that we work on getting better communication on our, I'd like our speakers to be on video. This has been a very long time, and there's so much uncertainty with when we'll be able to have the public back in person. Can we find out how it would work to have our speakers? I mean, I would have really, during the resolutions, it really would have been wonderful, at least if not for all categories of our public, but our resolutions, that would have made such a difference to have had them, the connection. So I'd like.
I know there are times that I call in and I don't want a video. Maybe, and it's usually 7 a.m, but so city manager, is that reasonable? Is that possible?
Yeah, we can start with the resolutions. That's easy to do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, great. And no others? Okay. How about council reports? I bet everyone's been busy. Anybody want to start? Looks like you're ready. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going last. I have a long list.
She hands me her mic, but then she turned it off. Boy, I see how this is. Well, so commission reports. It was nice to see everyone at Goodness Village's fundraiser and the good work they do for the spaghetti fundraiser. I will mention, and I think I did offline, but I know we all have a lot of committee and commission interviews coming up. But we also have the standing committees that we're all assigned to. So I just for the benefit of all of us, I'd like to see if we can try to arrange that. And I think you were working on that, Mayor. So thank you. Staff, I don't know if you can discuss it much here, but there's been a lot of conversation about the watering at the parks. And you presented some information to us offline, but do you mind maybe chatting about what we discovered, or that basically, I should have remembered from my park and rec days that we've got to take time to get all of the parks watered at certain times. And I know Ms. Yurchek just left.
Yeah, of course. So I think this was a result of some concerns about our stance on mandatory conservation and what we're going to do as a city. So what we didn't say earlier to the speaker is we will bring a drought update to the council in October. We'll give you a sense of what Zone 7 and the other agencies have done, and then we will make a recommendation on the declaration, which at this point stands at 15% mandatory. So our recommendation will be along those lines. I think there's a lot of concern about the city leading by example, and what are we going to do during the drought? We see sprinkler heads sometimes popping up in the middle of the afternoon, and not completely and totally understanding the rationale behind that. The context is last time we conserved over 40%, well beyond the mandatory 25% in 2013. We plan to lead by example again as a organization, as a city. There are certain places in our parks that require either specialized irrigation, like recycled water, which is really important, but also sometimes constant watering because of the way the park is used and how big it is. So we tend to look at our entire system in totality rather than on a case-by-case basis. Important note for the public to understand in the council today, pre-conservation mandatory, we're just below 15% in terms of the conservation efforts that we've implemented since the middle of the summer. So my sense is when we flip to mandatory, we're going to be more serious about conservation and we'll be well beyond the 15%. But if the public sees irrigation going off in the middle of the day, it's important to call that in to our customer service line. Send me an email, send a council member an email, and we'll respond immediately. Please don't use social media. That's not the forum for submitting complaints to the city. It may be a stuck valve that needs to be cleared, and those things happen when we have this kind of system in place, or it may be operator error and we need to fix that. So really encourage the public to stay in communication with the city.
And Mobile Citizen, just if the public is watching, is a great app to be able to do that. You can download it and report if you see a sprinkler going off at an odd time and would like a comment back on that. A few other minor ones. The PDA was accredited in June as a 2021 Main Street America and California Main Street, which is outstanding. That was news that I saw come across. The fellow council members may mention that the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department is holding a 9/11 remembrance this Saturday, approximately 9:30, I want to say, and I'll be at Fire Station 1, and I think others will be at others. This one's going to be a little harder for me, so I'll just try to read what I wrote about our pending city manager departure. So I'll read what I wrote. I know the accolades will come in the future, but as this is your first meeting after the announcement of your departure and retirement, I wanted to express on behalf of myself and those I represent, sincere thanks and appreciation for the work you've done over your career, 17 years as our city manager. For perspective, given I have a 13-year-old son, I was thinking of our high schoolers, juniors and seniors who were born around the same time you started the job in the city manager role officially. Thinking of the youth rec programs held, sports programs supported, library visits, books checked out and returned, downtown events, planned progress, all supported by the city staff, departments that you have helped build and treasure. It is said that it takes a village to raise a child. During your service to Pleasanton, you and your team have cultivated and developed an entire generation. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
That concludes my comments, Mayor.
Right, but don't turn that off. We're going to turn it right over to Valerie Arkin there.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see, just report out on what I've done. I had a Livermore Amador Valley Water Management Agency meeting, and there's actually another follow-up meeting tomorrow night. Vice Mayor Testa and I are both on that one, so looking forward to that. And there's a city liaison meeting, I believe, next week. I also attended the Goodness Village fundraiser. I think we were all there, so it was great to see all of us supporting them. Great cause. And I also had the opportunity to fill in for Mayor Brown and Vice Mayor Testa, and I did the mayor's report, and it was a lot of fun. So it was a great, thank you for the opportunity to do that, and I enjoyed that. And I think that is it for me.
Thank you. We did alphabetical order. So usually it's mayor, then vice mayor, and then Arkin. There you go. But thank you. Thanks for filling in. Vice Mayor Testa?
Yes, well, let's see. Also the Goodness Village attended, Lavwa, the State of the Tri-Valley, and there was something else here, Alameda County mosquito abatement. But what I would like to share is something a little bit different, is I attended something fun. I was invited to speak on a panel on local control and state legislative concerns. And it was in Santa Barbara. It was the Independent Cities Association. It was a group of about 200 elected officials and city managers. And it was a great opportunity to talk about the request was that we talked about what kind of things and are being done to regain local control and stand up to some of the state legislation. So we did share, I was on it with a couple of other elected officials. We shared a lot of what we have been doing in interviewing, discussing legislation with our legislators across the state and coming together with other local electeds. But most what we shared was because it was shortly after the pass of SB 9 and SB 10, and people were feeling pretty gloomy. And so what I wanted to share is a group of local electeds have been working for a very long time on an initiative. And this initiative is the Communities for Choice initiative that was just filed with the state last week. The Californians for Community Planning Initiative will amend the state constitution to make zoning and land use a local affair and bring a halt to the centralized zoning and land use directives coming out of Sacramento, upzoning the entire state and eliminating basic requirements like minimum parking will only worsen our affordability crisis. One size does not fit all. And so this is the beginning of a movement of putting an initiative on the ballot statewide to basically say to Sacramento, they've gone too far, and that one size does not fit all. And we're standing up for our citizens, our residents. And so I hope everybody will join the effort, because it's going to be a lot of work, a huge effort. It's statewide. There are people gearing up right now, and you'll be hearing a lot more about it soon.
Thanks for all you do for local control. There you go. Councilmember Nara.
Thank you. So I attended the REACH 30th anniversary event, an organization that I really think does good work in helping a certain population, and so it's something I always am glad to attend. I, like all of us, I think attended the wonderful Goodness Village fundraiser for another very worthwhile organization doing good things in the community. I also went to the LAFTA Finance Committee meeting, which was pretty significant because we are putting forth the plan for LAFTA on the unfunded pension liability for LAFTA, which, while it's a lot less than, say, an organization like this, nonetheless, I think it's good to have a plan. I did attend the State of the Tri-Valley forum that was hosted by, I think it's the San Francisco Business Times. I think it's worth noting that the last panel, one of the speakers was from 10X Genomics, the research director, I believe, and one of the founders. And I could have listened to that a lot more. It was pretty interesting. And upcoming, the Zachary's grand opening on Main Street on Friday, September 10th. 20% of the profits are going to be donated to PPIE, which another worthwhile organization. And then, of course, our 9/11 event at the fire stations. I will be at the station number 2 at the mall near me. And then finally, I was going to make some comments on Nelson's departure, but I think Councilman Balch said it eloquently. The only thing I'll add is that by chance, I was in the chamber sitting near the back for a pool contract the night Nelson was sworn in. And it's just a little mind boggling to me to think that some 17, 18 years later, I'm actually sitting up here having this conversation, never envisioning that I at that time would be here. But I have to say, it's certainly been a pleasure and honor to work with him over all the years through the pool and planning and now the city council. And we're going to miss you in 3 months and counting. That's it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe you're around till November 30th. So before we start getting too weepy eyed here, but yes, absolutely. We're going to miss you tremendously. So Reach fundraiser, absolutely at McGrail. Thank you both for coming along beside me and showing up. That Livermore had 1 council member that left and we had 3 that stayed. So I was a speaker at Rotary, which was always a lot of fun. I did a dinner event with Tulancingo, Mexico, our sister city. And this was my last 2 weeks for really sister city events because that was a good one. And then I brought a bunch of friends and we went over to the Goodness Village fundraiser at the Sunshine Saloon. Yeah, that was fun too. But for a spaghetti dinner donated by the owner of the Sunshine Saloon and his great generosity. So if you happen to come by there, they do serve delicious food as well. So I filmed a video for Visit Tri-Valley along with the other 4 mayors in the Tri-Valley, which you will see when you come to Visit Tri-Valley on September 15th, their event there. So that was a little silly, but I filmed the mayor's report with Jorge Victoria, who is our sister city's president. And I wanted to say thank you, Valerie, for filling in for me on the mayor's report. I couldn't attend. We did participate in calls to the DC offices I mentioned earlier, but it was multiple offices and, we're fighting for our residents and we're fighting for money because the feds got a lot more than we do. And then I was very proud to represent the city of Pleasanton at the Scottish Highlands Games. So I got some awards from a queen. I have no idea which queen she was. And they told me that there's a big sword that was part of the exchange from our sister city in Blair Gowrie. And it's about almost as tall as I am. And I wondered what that box was leaning in the corner of the city council mayor's office. So I'm going to have to crack it open and see exactly what that sword looks like. But I will be on September 11th in celebration of celebration, maybe a wrong word, but in remembrance. Thank you. In remembrance of 9/11. I'm going to be at the fairgrounds with quite a large group of electeds. So I'm glad everybody will be there thinking about the remembrance of the event. So with that, busy, everybody's being busy supporting our community. And thank you all for what you do and for our city manager, which we have for a few more months. And Valerie, could you take us out?
I sure can. Thank you. The Pleasanton City Council adjourns this meeting with a tribute to our nation's men and women serving in the military, and with gratitude for every United States veteran who has bravely answered the call to serve. Further, we wish to honor the memories of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in conflicts both past and present in defense of our country.
All right, meeting's adjourned.